And of course, we're in mic check 1 2. Too Legit City on the mic. Guys, back into the Onis, back into the Meteor Mamba, which is gonna be the Dino map. We already got one of the spots with a steam turbine setup, and we're just extracting as much heat as we can. It's not gonna last us forever. We have to understand it's a very temporary thing. So what I mean is we got this done, right? We need to make sure from time to time that the doors actually work with open and close strat. So very simple, right? We're just dropping off water on top, cooling it down, it boils again, and we get steam, and we get this loop. This is generating power. You're using it wherever we can. And what we're doing is we have some peat burners that we're using, but we have them off for now. And for the most part, we're just using the heat that's inside. From that point, though, we kind of have to decide how we want to do the rest of this. So we're continuing the vacuum wall. We just got toilets in for the first time. Research is not being done. We could get started on something. What makes sense here is probably... We'll do this XOR gate stuff. Yeah, for the most part, the lums are chilling. The cooling system for this is working. We have 700 kilograms of plastic, so we can do a Tamer for this. We probably will. This is active period, but you know, the duration is really slow. We get 60 seconds every 800 seconds. This is us trying to melt brine. Yeah, the breathability is pretty bad in here. So we do a couple things to save this. We could either dump a vent line inside, right there. Or we could just try to let it fall down naturally. Try to make a little bit more space, so that we could dump air inside, but at the same time, I don't want to warm it up. I guess we can, because it is pretty cold. Alright, temporary setup, TM. Alright, that's going to allow us to have oxygen inside, so breathing is not that bad. We're still trying to dump out brine on this. Hopefully nobody gets stuck on this. That's probably better then. Alright, so we're trying to melt the brine into a liquid so we could start moving it back up here. That way we could use this to cool down this area. Since it's entombed already, we don't have to deal with this. But I think what we're gonna probably want to do is tackle a lot of the cold zones, right? And then try to conquer it. I mean cold zones, hot zones. Conquer it so that they're not hot anymore, so that it's easier for us to move around. Now, of course, this is naturally cold, so we kind of want that doing its thing. Still at negative degrees. You have a lot of the solids right here holding the cold temperatures still. Looks like a lot of the cold's up here, though. And I think we might want to go into here. It's an idea, it makes sense. Ooh. Hot abyssalite, hot bleach stone. That's interesting. I don't think that's gonna do anything though. We still want to dig that out. We want a lot of the resources to fall down. Yeah. Should be fine. We'll let them do their thing. Our food's right here still. We probably want to get our Paku Ranch started today, so we will want to look into that. There is some pea water we have to move back in still. This is going to be active in 3 cycles. We're out of water. We are out of water right now. Gas bubble right there, but it's not a problem. So we have enough oxygen in here, so it's not really a big deal. But we're no longer cooling the line or adding water inside. Although we have hot water right here, right? We just don't want to add it in because it's going to require more cooling, which we don't have yet because I'm waiting for the water. Yeah, it looks like you can't diagonally do the repair. But I have the door locked, so we're going to have to send someone with a suit inside. It should be fine, though. We'll micro that in a little bit. So we were digging down this way after we have our suit exit. Man, Ellie walks slow. Slickster is consuming CO2 for a little bit of oil, which is always nice. Oh yeah, we were trying to do a tamer for this. Yeah, we're gonna want a tamer for that. All right. Gas, and then we go down and do the setup. This is hot water. Wait, I don't need obsidian here. We're gonna use shale. And then we would build that setup because of how it works. Let's dig this down. And then we're going to continue digging this down right here. We'll leave this just so that they could get on the ledge and get the stuff. We're grabbing salt water from this pool. There is nothing on this side, sadly, outside of the bees, which are cool. 38. Oh, the gold volcano. This is actually still active. Wait, isn't this in the uranium biome? Oh man, are the bees gonna die? Oh man, that's gonna be fun. So there was this ice biome that we want to use as a cooling source, right? We're gonna drop the hot water, exchange it slowly, and then this area will cool down. That's what we're hoping for. We're gonna eventually need to break through the top right here so that we could start getting rocketry done. Our main goal is going to be doing temporal tear, right? So at some point we're going to want to do that. Looking at the debris though, it's around 600 degrees. This is at 500 and there's still a lot of heat inside the obsidian at the bottom. So we still have a while probably before this runs out. Even then, we're going to be stockpiling the natty gas while we're using this. And we could transfer power source from here to here, which we might want to transition to today. I'm not even kidding. There's a little bit of like doing that makes a lot of sense. All right, still doing the vacuum wall. We got to do the thing. We got the dig out here complete. Here. We want to trim this down. Ideally, I want to be able to go straight down and trim all that out. So, you know what we'll do? We'll do that in a weird way. Right? So we're going to want to trim all this when we can. Going to be getting ready to tap this area. Okay. We didn't get a third toilet color. Feels bad. What's going on, Custis? Welcome in. Alright, we're sweeping to there if they're bored. The sweet corn is maxed out. Alright, because the sweet corn's maxed out again, I'm probably either gonna take 2 dupes. Let's put that in the smoker. Or we should probably try to get food storage today. I don't know which one is going to be better to do. Yeah, I think we should try to get food storage. That makes a lot of sense just in general. All right, so this is leaking out. Let's do a gold tamer, and then after the gold tamer, we'll do a food storage. I feel like that's going to be the play for now. While we do that, we're going to be trying to do the saltwater geyser right here as well. Okay, so we want to keep digging. And then technically we want to seal that. We want this to spill this way. Just grabbing stuff up here. Pea dirt, all that bad stuff. There's a small leak right there. It's not that big of a deal. We want to trim that so we have better gas flow and so that we could just get rid of the materials here and we'll have it later. Food decay is fine for now. Alright, we know it's gonna be like this. We want that to be airflow once we can make it. And then we know that it's gonna be a tile here. And then technically it comes down, right? Because then we go in through the liquid lock and then we walk down this way. Yeah. That all should work. And we'll be able to do that. Chlorine being here is nice. This is fine. Let's get rid of this. We're gonna do something weird here. Do a joint plate. This is not on alignment. So we'll do it there. And then let's run that down. So basically we want to realign to here. We're going to put a couple of transformers, maybe just one from the heavy watt, and then pull that down so we can power stuff on the side. We're not going to power much, but you know, we got to get that done. All right, let them work on that. Spawn is off, but it's okay. All right, we got some sweeps to do here, which shouldn't be a big deal. We already mixed some of the water. So, brine. Let's do that. We could remove that too, right? We should be fine. Geek coming up with the lurks. Take care of business, Geek. Ooh, okay, so we get this now. And it flows through, so we get oxygen here. The polluted oxygen is pretty bad. We'll just leave that. Every day. Every time I see that phrase, every day. Phrase, not even phrase. Every time I see that, I think of BoJack Horseman. And the guy that goes, it gets easier. But the hard part is you gotta do it every day. Let's go in all ones, guy. I see you over there. All right. We'll leave that. I guess we could trim this. We'll wait for them to build this part. And then I do want to grab the fossil. So we should dig this out. Should be alright. Somnium's chilling. This part's warming up. Well, just the pea water is melting. Whoa, someone was suffocating? That's got to be a lie. In here? Maybe? I could actually see that happening. Maybe in here. Doing the digs. I could see that. Yeah, the digs could be a problem. Okay, new printouts, no bionics yet. Brisket, we don't need the food. Maybe we do. We just lost a lot of food right now. Operating rocketry. That seems pretty good. We can take that. All good, no worries, man. Did it say that you couldn't raid me because like I have like a setting issue, or was it just a timing thing? I just want to make sure, because I've seen that people like can't get raided, and the reason is because they have like a weird setting that's preventing the raids. I'm worried that might be the case. That would suck. Don't want to see that happen, man. All right. I want the fossil above everything else. I guess we just leave this be for now. All right, so yeah, this is not supposed to happen. This tile submerge is supposed to prevent any gold from being made. No, he's fine. Dude, that's illegal, dude. What the hell? All right, so I do have to deal with this. All right. First things first, Rango relocate. We gotta move you guys. You guys should not be here. Oh my god. Cold water shenanigans. Alright, let's mop up the water. That's the dangerous part of this area. Yeah, the debuff stacking, man. Alright, man. We are gonna run this wheel again. We're gonna make them pump from this area. And all the bad gas. Dude, Lyra's struggling, man. I don't get the eye athletics debuff. Oh, did you mod it out or something? Dude, man, sometimes they don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that. Sometimes you just hate to see it. Skill operation. All right, so we're gonna do 5 of each. Oh, you got the dupes. You got the AI visor. You're the guy from Star Trek that looked like Cyclops. It's not hitting the... So I should, because we're at 1,000. You know what it could be? It's the wrong tile. It should be this tile that's at 1,000. I think it's the specific tile that I'm submerging is not correct. Because technically this is fine, but I have an extra layer of water on top that's preventing the volcano. This metal volcano should be fully submerged though. But that means it might be the top layer. That's actually what I need to deal with. All right, either way. Let's see. We know that this goes down, this goes across. This space doesn't matter. So if we wanted to do something like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we do 9 across. This actually is perfect size. 1,000. So we know this is max, and it's not a mass problem. It's 100% I'm not hitting the right tile. And that's the weird thing. It should be the center tile right here. that we have 1,000 kilograms on. No, so what it is that the geysers overpressure at 150 kilograms. The volcanoes and metavolcanoes, they overpressure at 150. So we're way above that, and it shouldn't be allowed to spawn because it should say overpressured. That's why it's weird. So I don't know what's happening, man. For the sake of the build, we're going to do something. Yeah, we'll have to build that out. All right, now that we have this, we can remove the ladders. The gold immediately chilled down. That's so nice. So you see what we're going to be doing now? We're going to be pushing up the layer so that it doesn't happen. Oh, the water's spilling out. All right. Let's try to catch the water so we could do a liquid lock. Could we get the salt water off that tile? That'd be kind of nice. All right, so this is supposed to be insulated here. And then with this setup, insulate here, and we do that. Then we get the up and over, get a weird seal. Have a good one, One Sky. Rest easy, and hope you have a great week ahead of you, dude. We'll see you next time. We should never hit 800. We should be fine here. And then I just want to make sure this is 9 wide so that we have sweeper access inside the room. All right, let's do that tile. And then that tile. Okay, this is at 150. This should be enough to stop this from erupting. So we're just going to build the insulated tile here. Let's build this one. I guess we will want a bottle emptier here, because technically we shouldn't be using regular water. Right? Because this is going to boil. Alright, let's see. 230. It should say overpressure. This part is all diggable now. And we got to put a tile there for the lip. This should overpressure. Overpressure. Wow, it's the top layer. Why? Why is it top layer? You see that? 200 kilograms? You only need to be 150 in order for that to pressurize. Man, that's weird. They don't think to be like it is, man, but it do. All right, we're gonna put that there, and then we're gonna replace the tiles with insulated, so it works out. We're gonna need to do this, so we can do this steam turbine on top. I think because of how this works, it makes sense how we do this. So what we're gonna try to do is we are going to, I might actually move my Paku Ranch just so everything lines up a little bit better. I'm thinking about that. Oxygen over here now, nice. Cold oxygen. to able to dump the brine. All right, so we want to mop this up. And then we ran the wheel here, right? We're gonna continuously pump the bad gas. Put it in there, right? This guy got damaged. I don't know why his health bar is up. Chlorine, CO2, oxygen. All right, how is this area right here? This is not a proper setup, so we'll just have to set that up. That's in like that. Get that in. Replace these two. We're gonna have to put this in, but they're getting into here for now. So I guess we could do that. So that we mine, and we'll be able to climb down this way so they don't get stuck. And then we know this is insulated tile, and this should be a door. Or we could put solid and airflow. Which case both works. Alright, we're still dumping warm brine to melt the ice. Yeah, this place is cool. It's managed for now. Calories are kind of okay. Picking up the brine, even though it's cold, it's fine. Yeah, we could actually try to like warm this area out. Wouldn't be too bad. All right, so now that the water's gone, we should be able to go here, dig this out without suffocating. Hopefully. It'd be bad if we still suffocate. All right, so we want to do these three. We get to remove this. Dig that out, and then we want to sweep everything as much as we can. Very likely we want to mop up as much as we can. Always want to mop stuff up. Oh, my man. There we go. God damn it. That's fine. All right, have them build this out. They know what they need to do. This water's getting hot, man. Once we get that done, there we go. We want to get that set up. Dig this out. Jump up, jump out. Then we could get the tile on that setup. The biggest thing is probably making sure... Yeah, we get the door here to prevent this guy from sneaking in. There we go. No worries, Custis. We do that. We want to sweep out more items. Hey, Carrie. Coming in with the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. Get some tiles there. Julia, welcome in. Shout out to Carrie. Playing some Onis. Nice. How was the Onis? I see you over there. How was the dupes? Hopefully, you know, they were being nice. Sometimes the dupes be duping. But of course, welcome in. How are you? How are you? How was the streams? Talk to us about the things. I think I need this here. And then we're going to do 6 wide. Wow, we have a lot of extra space we don't need then. I'll consider relocating that. Because we could put it here. Do a vacuum wall setup. Tubes are good. Working on the big 3 achievements on the lab map. Just super sustainable to finish. Oh, you're doing the carnivore, locavore, super sustainable. Oh, that's tough. I mean, yeah. It's 100% doable. I see you over there. Not doing... I guess the smoker can make up a lot of the food if you could get the ranch started early on. Oh, man. Had the carnivore with one cycle to spare. Classic. Did you have to empty out all the dinos? That's always a sad thing to see. Oh, no, bro. Oh, this is active. Alright, so this is bad. We're gonna have to make sure we dump more water inside or something so we could flood the building. Oh, yeah, that's the classic. You have to sacrifice the future of the colony just so that get the achievos. Feels bad. But hey, you got the achievos, so yo, man, shout out to you. We're on the lab map as well. We're doing the Relica. And our goal is going to be doing the Tear. So we've already kind of, you know, got hit, survived it. We're making a new vacuum wall to prevent any heat from coming through. And then we did our first heat tamer. So we dug out this area, moved all the debris into a corner right here. And then we're also using the doors to conduct heat from this little mass. We made sure to keep the volcanoes in tune. But the logic is we're just going to dig through the items. And then we're just going to put it in the doors so that we get a little bit of extra power. So we're doing that instead of running peat. I was using this in the beginning. Now I'm thinking about doing the same thing here, just so that we could dig it out and then have free space later on. But it's working pretty well. And we have enough plastic to get another one started. Pumpkin, welcome in. How are you? Welcome in, welcome in. And of course, guys, my name is Too Legit City. Those guys coming in with the carry actually red. We do a lot of oxygen unincluded. So of course, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'd be happy to help. Otherwise, sit tight, enjoy the streams. But yeah, we are on the Relica lab map. Right now, we're going to be doing a volcano tamer. Well, it's going to be gold. After we do that, I think we're going to move this and then try to get food storage. I think food storage right here is not bad. Oni background music is best relaxing music. I'm not going to lie. I don't know why, but when I was playing Timberborn, I mean, I know why. They only have one soundtrack. When I was playing Timberborn, it was fun, but the music got repetitive, man. It really did. It really did, man. I don't know why it's like that. Is it that the music is not as good as the Oni music? I don't know. Okay, so Timberborn's one of those games where you have what's known as a point of collapse. That point of collapse happens very early on. No! It's generating gold because I didn't do top layer. Aw, man. Alright, we have enough water that it shouldn't be a problem, but that's kind of annoying. We'll have to deal with that. Alright, let's get the seal in. Let's remove this. Let's take that out. We'll have to deal with this. This is going to be hot. So for the most part, Timberborn, I would say, is not going to change. If you need help with that early stage, I got you. But basically, it's... the best way to look at it is you have to figure out that first day puzzle. There is a specific order that regardless of what map you play on, you kind of have to play that order. Because if you don't, you're going to lose your only ability to generate resource. But then once you get that, you shouldn't be able to lose any point afterwards. It's a weird thing about the game. The most difficult part is the first couple days. So I was hoping that they would change that because it's really frustrating for new players. But yeah, if you need help with that, you can't figure it out. I could tell you what you need to be getting. Because in the beginning of the game, it's very punishing if you spend your initial like starter amount of resource on something that you shouldn't be using it on. Is this not too much knowledge? No, it's not. See, you gotta understand. To me, this is just, you know, I'm just being a gamer. This is just gamer knowledge. It's kind of like how when you speedrun a game, you know that if you run in this certain area, you can clip through the wall. And then the people watching are like, dude, how do you know this? And it's like, that's just what I do. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. And it really do be like that sometimes. That's a big egg. I'm gonna keep that though. All right, so gold. We are gonna do a single Tamer design. We could do a 2 Tamer design. We could do a 2 Tamer design for the memes. Do it for the memes. It kind of does work. How wide is this? 11? Yeah, that works. And then we would do a specific layout for this. But yeah, Cleo, if you need help, let me know. Otherwise, there is literally like 3 things you gotta do in that specific order as your first thing to do. And if you figure that out, and the thing is that it has to do with sustainability. And it's while a lot of times you need food, it's not food you need in the beginning. Well, you do need the food, but it's different, right? It's like understanding that there's 2 types of food: growing food, you know, farming, and then gathering food, which is what you need in the beginning. All right, we probably do some sort of weird setup here. And then I think we do sacrifice this. I think it's fine. We're gonna use gold here because we have it off of a volcano. I mean, I'm not gonna say no to that. May return again once I spam tutorials again. I just got very bored after the first route. I do not know exactly why. That I want to say that's something you're always going to encounter with Timberborn. I hate to say that. It's a game where it feels like there's no sense of direction of what you need to do, like intrinsically. Like it just kind of like, okay, once you get the first couple hours, you're kind of just done with the game. And I have to say that that is, to my knowledge, the biggest problem with Timberborn. It's nothing to do with like the game is boring. It's 100% to do with you get to a point into the game way too early where it feels like you've already won. For lack of better words. No! Don't push up. Don't push up. Wait, it's salt water. Okay, it's this tile then, right? I have to remove. Self-supplied. I just gotta hope that they don't go inside and get burned. Another thing is biodiesel. Does this survive the temperatures? No, it does not. What am I using? Oh, I have oil. Oh shit, I got oil, dude. We're gonna be fine. And then I guess we oil drop this. It is that tile, technically. Right? It's the same for me in Minecraft. I know, hot take. And yeah, I will say that it comes down to two things, I feel like. There's either too much to do or not enough to do. And it's not so much that it's bad design. I think it's just who it caters to. That's probably the best way to describe it. Because you might, you know, not intended audience, you know, is the meme. Like, some people just get more enjoyment out of certain things, and it might be a game that's more catered to those people, right? Like, some games, like a RimWorld, what you do is visually not that appealing in the game of RimWorld, but for the people that like to, like, RP, that could be really fun. People that want to min-max certain things, that's, like, really nice. Get a little bit of a, like, ant colony system. Could be really cool. But to some people, it's like, that could be just boring. And then they'll be like, I'm gonna fire up some Call of Duty. Let's go, man. And then they'll be like, you know, this is fun. Pointing and clicking. And then, you know, I'll be right there being like, you know what, man? That's cool, but I want a little bit more weight behind my actions. And I'm old now, so I can't shoot the buttons that fast. So I'm just going to, you know, I'm gonna be playing some Civ, do a strategy game. That way it's like, you know, me being slow reactions is not that big of a deal. I feel like that's all it is. It's just at some point it's just, this is not it for me, so let me just play something else. Alright, we're building this. We're waiting for the oil drop. Okay, so this is 5 times. Alright, we could still get... I guess the drop here doesn't matter too much. This is fine. So what we need to do is delete the gas here so we don't stand here, breathe it, and then dump it out here. If this was CO2, it would have been fine, but because it's not, we should use this instead. Alright, try to get that. Before we vacuum the inside, I need to figure out where our joint plate would be. This actually fits really well. If I could do a joint plate here, even though that doesn't actually work for me. Alright. This is such a weird maneuver, but I think it's worth doing. We're gonna shift the ladder over by 1. And then we're gonna shift everything else over by 1. This is gonna be a weird maneuver. Alright, while we do that, let's look at this. Tile here, airflow there. Cool. No airflow tile there yet until after we get this wire in. We should be able to build it from the ladder. We're gonna want the transformer here. We want that, want this. This is gonna come in from here. We're gonna do that. We should be able to reach everything. All right, so this is gonna be us doing a tamer for this. There's still gonna be other things we're gonna want to do, like get that in. A lot of this is unreachable, we know. So here, 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 here. Try to dig that out. No one should be able to get stuck here. And then once the wire's in, we could start finishing the seal. We might have not enough space for the salt water, so we're just going to create space by digging. It's still active. Okay. So this is weird, right? Remove that. No, we don't need that. Insulate. Insulate. In between. In between. Ladder on the other side. That's normal. Okay, let's get rid of the other ladders down there. Bad door. Bad that. This is gone. This is gone. This is gone. The liquid lock doesn't matter now. This doesn't matter. This stays here, actually. So what we're going to do is effectively extending everything out by a tile. Right? And then relocating it like that. For the sake of not wanting the oil to spill out, we're probably just going to mop this up. Just mop that tile. Okay, so now this tile, this tile, this tile. Everything should fall. Okay, this goes out to there. Get that tile there, insulated there. Mop. Bottom tile, we have to move that to there. Okay, oil relocate here. Once that's done, we're going to sink this down another level. So at some point, we're going to have to mop up this water. It shouldn't be too bad. There's going to be a trick for that if you guys have that problem. We'll show you guys in a little bit, though. Still waiting on the power wire. So we're going to be looking to grab some of the chlorine here. That way we can get the seal to chlorine set. We might run into some problems, so we're going to run a duplicate pipe. Basically, we're going to zigzag, and then we're going to cut pockets so that we could hold gases in certain pockets and get the specific ones out of the group right here. So, just going to be setting that up. This is active. Let's go. Oh my god. Okay, so this is my cold water source. I'm so happy because we ran out, right? This was dormant for a while. Dude, next dormancy, 100 cycles. Oh my god. 100 cycles of cold water. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster, as the kids would say. It's nice. We got a lot of vital oil now as well. No more pumping up the O2. This is good. Alright, so the idea here is we're going to want to trim out the side of the abyssalite. Try to do as much as we can. Let's do some in-between digs. The breathability here, it's not too big of a deal. Oh, damn, that's leaking out a lot of heat. Alright, let's seal that up. This is at 750. Shale melts at 890. So we should be okay to seal that. Alright, we're going to try to cap this right there. Idleness 6. Well, that's illegal. Y'all got any sweepers that we could sweep? Alright, we could sweep up the poop and the vines. Is there more stuff we could sweep? Have a cleaner looking map. I guess right here. Not the seeds. That's pretty good. I guess the bottom right here is pretty bad. Alright. This is good. Because all we're going to be doing now is dumping... Ooh, can I even reach this? I cannot. Alright, we're going to put a ladder there so we can reach that. And then we're still dumping out water here. So that the ice melts, right? That's going to be our goal. Then once we get basically water that's almost freezing, We're going to move it back to here, which is going to cool it down. Believe it or not, this used to be 200 degrees with like 100 kilograms of steam per tile. So for the most part, we've done well. No problems here, right? Yeah, just taking a while to pull heat, which is okay. Okay, so crude oil relocate here. Priority 9. Do that. Empty. Empty. It feels like we didn't do anything, but yo man, it was a big difference. CO2 here is okay. Let's build that there to get a drop block set up. We're not gonna have suits into this. Did steam condense and cover liquid phosphorus? Yeah. So right here, there's phosphorite, right? And then when the meteor hit, this erupted. And then everything here did the thing. And then we have liquid phosphorus because it melted. And then we had ice in here. So this was the cold biome, right? That you normally have right here. So some of the brine ice melted. And that's how we got the water. Right? 200 kgs. Still a little bit of steam inside this pocket. 99. And then we have the bubbles here too. That's boiled a little bit. Some of it became steam. Some of it just melted. My man's walking in slow-mo though. Feels bad. We should probably get some oxygen here too. These guys cannot breathe and save themselves. Polak man, hope you're having a good one. Thank you for tuning in. How are you? Nice. Got that sealed so it stops leaking out. That's good. For now, we could live like this. All right, no one got stuck inside. Let's sweep up the items here. There's a good chance that this power needs to go to a centralized power spine somewhere. I don't know where that somewhere is, but it makes a lot of sense that we would want to do something like that. So this might be a good area for that. You're so fast with things today. Lots of energy. Yeah, man, I'm drinking my coffee right now. Fresh off my 10th cup. You know how it is with the coffee. You gotta go now. Gotta go fast. I guess we gotta mine this out. Dig everything. And then deconstruct this. It shouldn't spill into anywhere bad. Okay, so... do we have enough steel? 6.8 tons. Perfect. We're gonna run 2 steel aqua tuners here. So we will do... I think it has to be... here. And then what we need to figure out is how we want to do the thermal check. Right? So the problem with this is you run this always. That's always the setup. Right? That is always the setup. So what we could do... we know we need to cool this. I want to have a dedicated cooler. What might make a lot of sense is we run this into this cooling. And then we might be forced into doing food storage here. Oh, that's kind of like that one song. I spoke to Joyce in the morning. I spoke to Joyce at night. And then you spoke to Joyce in the afternoon, and you spoke to Joyce at night. How's that song go? The kids might not know what I'm talking about. All right, so I think we're gonna have the pipes a little bit exposed on the inside. And I think we're gonna run it like this. It's kind of sacrilege, but it's fine. Probably run the nickel. Given how this design is gonna run, we probably don't need too much. So we're gonna run a 2-3 segment. And then we run the bridge. There we go. And that's going to be our ST loop. All good sisters came back for the weekend, bought lots of cycling accessories. Nice. You got those super tight shorts that you got to wear. You got the speed pedals, shoes, felt straight on the pavement first time. Forgot to unlock the shoes. Yo, feels bad. Hopefully, though, it wasn't too bad. Like, it wasn't, like, painful or anything. All right, so that means we run this pipe down. Should be okay. Yo, man, I'm not gonna lie. Cycling bikes are so weird from, like, normal bikes. It's, like, man, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, what do you call that? A fixie bike? I think that's what it's called. Is that a fixie bike? I've seen some of those, man. It's, like, a little weird. No brakes, no nothing. But isn't that, like, what a lot of the, like, marathon bikers? Is that the marathon bikers? What they use? Like, the bike of choice? Luckily, it wasn't that bad. I thought my hand elbow was gonna be cooked. The guy asked if I needed help like 3-4 times. You okay, man? You okay? He just wanted not to get sued. Nah, even they have brakes. Only idiots drive without brakes. Oh. I thought it was idiots don't drive without a helmet. I thought that was the saying, man. I see, though. I see. All right, so this allows me to do a weird setup then, right? Oh, wait. Okay, there's no steam in here. Let's go. Realistically, I need this to stop erupting. I guess we could remove the salt water and add regular water. Maybe that's what we need to do. Ooh, snack fruit. Oh, builds. Oh, he's narcoleptic. I was gonna say build supply is gonna be so nice. I don't want someone that could build but can't dig. That kind of sucks. I don't want him being narcoleptic. All right, we're gonna take the snack fruit, dude. Feels bad. Helmets are important. They is. I believe that. No. No. My dinos are dying somewhere. We're getting meat. I have a gravel bike, almost a road bike. Could reach like 25 miles per hour on the road and gravel. Oh, that's nice. That sounds kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I don't know how to ride a bike. It's probably sound kind of weird, but yeah, I don't know how to ride a bike, man. So I grew if you guys know, I grew up in the hood. I got a bike when I was little, but it got stolen from me. So I like first day, right? I was riding the bike, you know, I was out on the sidewalk. Kept falling, kept falling. I didn't like it. And then my siblings gave me training wheels, and I was like, oh, this is cool. So I started riding with the training wheels my first day. I went outside the second day, my bike was gone. And then I asked my siblings, yo, what happened to my bike? And then they were like, oh, you got robbed, son. I was like, what the fuck? They're like, yeah, the bike's gone. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this. And then that day, man, you know, I never learned. Don't think it be like it is, man, but do. Alright, I think this is the tile we put it on. And then we get it here. And then we get that set up. I've had it stolen once too after riding it one time. Sucks, yeah. So, you know, I didn't get a second bike. So I never learned. It'd be like that, man. The alignment is not proper. Yeah, we should do it like that. Just to get a little bit of power started in the area. So I could get some pumping done. Because I know we're going to need it. Okay, so we have our cooling system in. So I'm not really worried about the AQ too much. I will, though, get this connected. Because we're going to use this as a way of getting power in and out. I'm probably going to run the joint plate right there. That makes a lot of sense, to be honest. Because that pulls from the inside. This is going to be a vacuum. We're going to put tiles here. And then there's no heat transfer. And then all we're going to need is power out of this. We could realistically do something like this. Wait, you could overlap. You can't overlap, right? Once I went to a shop in a 20K city. I forgot I went to buy a bike. 6 hours later, it was still there. Someone switched on the blinking lights. And then you come back, man, and you're like, oh shit, I have no more batteries. And that guy costed me $100. God damn it. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. That e-bike cost the monies, man. You know what? That's a bad spot. Because this is going to have heat transfer. So the other side has to be a vacuum for this to work ideally. Which means I should have the joint plate on the second or top tile right here. This is probably where I should have it, to be honest. So that we have insulated in between. And then heat transfer wouldn't matter. Wouldn't be possible in my city. Haven't ridden a bike since then. Yeah. Dude, 20 years? How old are you when you're in elementary school, dude? I was in elementary school. I don't remember how old I was, though. I'm one of those weird kids that don't remember age. I remember my school year. Is that weird? Am I autistic? I don't think about, like, how old I was at the time. I think about what year in school I was in at the time. Oh, that's just out of reach. All right, let's just do that. So how do you commute? So I don't have a car anymore because my car broke down and I can't afford to repair it. Well, I can't repair my car because they no longer actually make my model type. And it's no longer being maintained. So I don't go anywhere. I have no car. I walk, man. I walk my ass to go get groceries. Over the weekend, I went to Subway. And then I realized that I shouldn't be going to Subway. Because I was like, oh yeah, dude, I forgot that even if I don't eat anything with sugar in it, these motherfuckers' bread is considered cake by, I think it's UK standards. So I was like, yeah, man, I can't be eating this. It's probably way too much sugar in the bread that I'm getting debated. Dude, it's the thing, man. Like, Subways in Europe had been regulated so that they can't list their breads as bread. And they have to tune down the amount of sugar they put in it. And it's considered cake instead. Like, I'm no memes, that's just how it works. And I was like, yo, man, they don't think it be like it is, but it really do be like that sometimes. All right, let's try to get this setup in. So first things first, sweeper. We probably want to do it inside like that. Oh, I can't. Okay, I guess that's fine. So steel sweeper. Loader. Realistically, it should be like here on the top left. Damn, this place is getting hot. Once I was in the UK, everything was too sweet, bread as well. Then I searched for the Polish shops. Wait, is this something with Polish shops? Do they not have the, I don't know, they do things different? I feel like I shouldn't put it here, that I should put it on this side. I don't know how I want to do this, though. This seems like it makes the most sense. And then we would run, I think it's iron. Okay. Let's cancel that. I would need conveyor setup here. Does that bop? Can you run? You can, right? Yeah, you could run the building on the joint right there. Okay, so that's fine. That means this doesn't melt. I could use nickel for that. All right, which means I have to run something like this. Which means my loader... Oh, you could run it like that? Needs to be like that. No, that's also wrong. I need the loader like this. This becomes not real. We have to remove that. All right, so... Wait, no, this doesn't work. The loader goes here. Wait, that doesn't work either. Wait, hold up, man. What's going on here? Something is not right. Oh, this is fine. Damn it. So we run that. And then we run thermal check here. Wait, how come I don't have that tech? Oh, I don't have temperature check. Oh, crap. We need data banks for that. All right. How much data banks? We've been analyzing. Oh, 32 enough? Virtual planetaria. Let's get that in. Get that connected. Let's get that to priority 7. Nickel. This doesn't have overheat, so it's melting point for the conveyor shutoff. So what caused... I realized that I wanted 2 aqua tuners so that I could just use 2 steam turbines. Right? That way I don't have to get a separate cooling box for my freezer. So I'm combining the gold tamer inside with the fact that I want to run the second aqua tuner for the food chiller. So we're going to have the kitchen in this area. We'll probably dig through to the cold biome, which is fine. But basically, I just wanted to have both of these in the same box. It just thought that it made a lot of sense. I might be wrong, but it does seem like it does. Alright, so that has to work like this, which probably means we run this setup. And then we want to do these here. We're going to remake with steel. And that's because I don't want it to melt. Afterwards, we are going to start temp shift plating. What's a good... Oh, we could just use the gold we get. I mean, that works. I can't be mad about that. So, checkerboard pattern is ideal. So we'll do that. I'm not going to do it on this tile just due to the nature of insulated. We're going to keep the outside clean. Which is why you have everything in the center like that, right? So yeah, I pushed out the extra tiles so that we get 6 tiles instead of 5. And then we'd be able to put 2 aqua tuners inside. So that we could use this box for like, you know, multi-use. We're going to be using the gold that's inside. That should work. Steel there. Alright, so then we run the steel. I have to run it like this, I think. And then we got to run power. We'll do it like that. We know that there's going to be a joint plate in here. We're waiting for the sensor here. We should have... Ooh, no one has the skill. Geek. He's going to learn how to do analysis. And we don't have water for research. 60 degrees, that's probably not it. All right, I hate to do this. Oh, the water's going into this res. Okay. 26, 30. Okay, I guess that works. We're gonna put a bottle filler here. And we're gonna siphon off the water off the pea water. Because this is around 20 degrees, so this should be fine. And then we'll get water for science. What's going on, Hebo? I see you over there, man. What's good? How's the oxygen? We got it included. So we did something bad. We converted all the water into oxygen. So I ran out of water. But we have all the oxygen. We have about 1 ton of oxygen per tile, roughly. So the pipes are empty, right? Because we're out of water. But you know what, man? It's fine. We have a lot of oxygen. So we're just going to live off of this. That's going to be the plan. We're kind of just chilling, man. What's going on, Evie Hank? Question for y'all. Have you done a PC upgrade and had it improve the Oni responsiveness? I'm at Cycle 500 and it stutters badly near the autosaves. Have you installed the fast track mod? That could be something to look into, because that's supposed to be a mod that helps with deeper playthroughs. Fast track. So one of the developers of Oni figured out a way. I think they are Oni dev. I might be wrong. But they couldn't implement it into the game due to some of the like sale regulations, legal stuff. So what happened was that a lot of developers do this because of how they listed the game and what it requires on the sale. That's set in stone. You can't change that. And if you do, that's a breach of contract. So what they do is they release a mod to circumvent that. That's what a lot of games like City Skylines did. They couldn't add this in a game because of the regulations. So instead they make it as a mod. And, you know, they just set that up as a mod page. So I think that's what it is. If you go to the Clay forums, there's like a big mega post on there. So what it does, it's basically I think it simplifies, I might be wrong, the calculations you do so that you're not doing as many, and it's most impactful in a save that's not in the early game. In the early game you're not going to notice it, but in a deeper playthrough with like more of the planet uncovered, more of space done, and it helps you out by, I don't know how, but it's supposed to make it so that it runs smoother. But yeah, what you're describing used to be a problem we all had, and one of the things that was actually something I did, I just changed the autosave frequency to 5 cycles or 3 cycles so that it doesn't autosave every cycle. But it depends, like you might want the autosave, right? Just for the reasoning that, you know, it might be something you want. Fast track mod. Fast track, I believe that's the proper name. Super fat, welcome in. I'm not running that mod, so I have that as something I could, you know, run later on and pick it up as a frame game. But as of right now, you can look at my Oni playthroughs from pre-2024 July, and then look at it post-25. Around the second half of 2024, I had a PC upgrade. So you could see like a difference to see if there's like a gameplay difference. I will be real, I can't tell because I don't remember how bad it was running before. I don't remember how bad it was running, so I can't tell you if it's running bad. I have a 7-year-old i9 system that really chokes an Oni. Probably gonna get a new one when the new processors are released. I'm gonna be real. This game is not really utilizing the multi-core technology too well. So I don't even know if a PC upgrade is gonna do you any good. You know, just keeping it real. I really don't know how much improvement you'll get from that, man. Dude, man, y'all know what PTSD is? That's when Lieutenant Dan kind of gets mad at Forrest when he goes, "You got no legs, Lieutenant Dan." You know what I'm saying? He'd be like, "Why you gotta bring that up, man? This motherfucker. I can't believe he done this." Yeah, we're gonna go with, oh, I can't put that in. Oh, Lord. All right, we're gonna bop this heavy wad. Good news is we didn't put the oil layer, and we have to vacuum the top anyway, so it should be fine. And he also pointed out when he got new legs. Yo, man. I'm gonna be real. I saw one of the... What is it? Hacksaw Ridge. I don't know why. I was watching like when Hacksaw Ridge gets introduced to the army officers for the first time, and he's like a cadet. And he's like, I can't put my hands on guns, Lieutenant. I was like, man, was he the original Forrest? Or like was his character based off of Forrest or something? I don't know why. That immediately came to thought. Alright, there we go. Alright, we gotta get a vacuum. CPU benchmark. I see Hattie. I look up Tom's Hardware. They used to do yearly CPU benchmarks. I used to go to the Tom's Hardware website to look that up for CPU, GPU. But yeah, that's the reasoning why, like, the new Ryzens, while they're really popular, I feel like they really don't do a better job just because of how, like, the games are kind of limited. In the future, though, they should be, like, you know, blowing it out the water. But, like, it just feels like the commercial game engines can't utilize it. And because of that, it kind of sucks. Not that it's bad, per se, but it's like, you know what I'm saying. It's like, man, for reals? I can't use my 12 cores on my Ryzen. Like, man, that kind of sucks. All right. The gold's there, temp chips are there, the steel is inside. I'm waiting for the automation here. We got the water guardian of the bottle of water. You know, in California, these guys are real. They make sure that people don't spend too much water on the sprinklers. So we got crabs in the grass. Try to turn on the hose, they're gonna hit you with a hammer. You gotta watch out, man. That's actually why people love eating crab legs in California all the time. I'm gonna be upgrading my PC in the next few months, and I'm thinking AMD this time. I'm not gonna lie. I enjoyed my AMD so far, but I will say that the biggest difference that I've noticed compared to my old Intel build was how hot it runs. It idles at 50. Like me watching YouTube, I'm at like 50-ish Celsius. My old Intel... Is there a pinch row, man? We gotta move this. It's causing some problems right now. It runs hot, man. Okay, this is ready. We need to properly do this. So let's get the seal in. Get the proper seal in. Let's go. CO2 chlorine. But yeah, that's the thing about AMD that I didn't really like. It runs hot. Now the thing is that I've heard some people say that's just the current generation, it has nothing to really do with the Ryzen. But then I looked it up again, and it's like, no, Ryzens are meant to run at a higher temperature. I was like, okay, I don't even know what to believe anymore. But yeah, Ryzens are meant to run around 95 Celsius. Like, they're kind of designed that way. So it makes it so that, you know, you're just going to be running hotter in general. But yeah, that was the biggest thing I noticed. It might have been just me upgrading the generations, or it's just AMD Intel difference right there. My room is at 83 when I have just browsers open. That's tough. You have a 12th gen i9 129. So I went from a 9600K to a Ryzen 9850X3D. Yeah, I'm in the industry and waiting. Kind of gave some people hell recently from Intel. Ryzen's run faster at the gigahertz level, so just gonna be hotter. Energy is gonna be the someplace. So the thing I read was that the reason why the Ryzen runs hotter is because they have like a weird stack setup. So basically you have your CPU and then you have something in between, and then you have your heatsink. That thing in between is really bad at heat transfer. So it ends up making your heatsink AIO cooling system not able to be as effective. And that's the main reason why it runs hot, from what I understand. I might be wrong though, right? They were designed, yes. They did not run usually that hot. Just latest generations became more aggressive. Clocking has nothing to do with heat generation. That's my plan. I see it, guys. I see it, guys. Yeah, you get better bang for your buck. That's what I read all around. Like, it's just more worth it. And I was like, okay, I see that. I see you guys. All right. I'm gonna do something. Man, I want to seal this, but I know I can't. I don't know how I need to do this. The fact that this is salt water is kind of a problem. Oh, we do it this way with a drop lock system? Does that work out? We probably have to do it like this. And then I probably want to dig this down. So we have to realistically vacuum, but if I have to remove the water, that might ruin the vacuum. And then the thing is that I need the water inside so it doesn't immediately flash into steam. I don't know how I need to do this right now, man. This is kind of weird. This is probably okay. All right, let's do all that. Everything inside, we're waiting for the automation. I guess we could vacuum even just the top. All right, we'll just start pumping. It's fine. We'll sweep the inside, except for the gold. Okay, this is somewhat okay. Yeah, there could be too much. The problem is that I don't think we need to worry about that. This is too much water for it to become steam, but this is kind of done that way so that it doesn't have any steam. The moment it gets above 69 Celsius, my dupes start taking damage. I was trying to prevent that. Just because this is active, right? We're gonna get gold from that. Now the big thing is, where am I gonna get all the water that I actually need? Oh, from here. I guess we could just desalinate this. All right, we're gonna do a temp setup. Okay. This is kind of gonna suck, but I guess for the sake of how we're doing it, this is fine. Brine. This saltwater is hot. I guess it's fine. Okay, so we're going to do a temporary desalinator setup. We're gonna do it down here. The problem is yeah, I guess we could just use that power line. Okay, so let's get this pause. Get that in. Power line should be, oh, it's right there. This side. So we want CO2 chlorine. Perfect. Don't even have to try. We're going to stagger this one at a time because of how it has to work. All right, CO2, and then you put the chlorine and it pushes it down. There we go. All right, so we're good here now. Vent line, pump, get rid of everything. Everything here should be fine. Let's put a seal on this. Seal there. All right, we're gonna take a desalinator. We're gonna want to flip this, make this out of gold. Okay, so we're gonna do a temp setup. We are going to put liquid reses here, and then we're gonna put a bottle filler. We're going to do 2 bottle fillers. So up and over. And then we're just gonna do a simple setup here. Then we're just gonna run the pipeline down. We're gonna run it like this so we could cut the wires specifically to one thing. Let them work on that. Let's work on that so we don't get stuck. Okay, still pumping. It's getting hot. It's getting hot. Yeah, it's for metal volcanoes is 150. But the tile that it needs to be at is apparently the top layer. And you could see that I can't add liquid there because it's gonna do some weird shenanigans to my oil lock. But it's the top tile. It's kind of annoying because it's supposed to be the middle one right here. But yeah, it's kind of a problem right now. While I know this wasn't ultra efficient, I recently did degerming my water by having it go over depleted uranium. So the radiation killed germs. I got impatient and added light bulbs to the room and the boosted radiation. That's nice. Yeah, that works. That works. That works. Radiation's really strong at bopping germs. I'm gonna be real. It wasn't that bad of an idea. I wouldn't even call that like inefficient. That works out pretty well, man. I'm gonna be real. All right, we're going to have manual drainers. We're going to have some manual drainers. We're going to run out of water here at some point, but they're going to move it all out so that we get the research and all that done, right? Yep, so it's just water and rat bolts. So that's going to be right here. Not really too worried about that. We need to get the water from here. That's the only place we could get that much water so that we could actually replace this. Someone's got to run the wheel so that we can remove the bad gas. Inside is pretty good. Yeah, we should be all right. We're going to have to pull the wire out later from this line. And then we know that's going to be a joint plate. All right, guys, I got to pee. I'll be right back. Beer beat. Guys, we're back. Everybody is idle. Come on, you guys. We gotta clean up the map. Alright, we're just giving the dupes idle jobs to clean up the map. Just so the map's clean. Speed this up. Get the wheel, drop lock set up. Milligram CO2 here. Waiting for the tech. Okay. Once all the pea water here is removed, you get the lukewarm water that we would typically want to dump into here anyways, with the bottom up here. Waiting for the desalinator to get that done. We will want to get our normal gold pump inside. However, here. Okay. So let's get this done first. Build up. So this is basically water for us to move out. We're going to get the water from down here. Should be good. Still dumping out the brine. We'll move some back soon enough. A lot of water. It's just going to spill out though, so I'm not too worried. What's going on, D-Mayor? Welcome in, welcome in. I see you over there, man. What's good? Pea water. Yeah, we don't really have water anywhere else. Everything else is like salt water or something else that we would have to either like desalinate or sieve purify. All of which I don't think it's that bad of a thing though. We just gotta do it right. The desalinator job. I guess I wouldn't mind getting some pea water. I guess this water would be also kind of nice. Ooh, okay. I wouldn't want to waste my time using this, but I guess because of the fact that we have a lot of idleness, this is fine. We're gonna take the water that we get from the meta refinery that's warm, and we're gonna use that to dump into here. Yeah. We're gonna insulate that. And that's gonna be how we get this started. Yeah. Kind of weird. We have some cold rail stuff. And then what we're gonna need is... Oh. This doesn't matter. At least not for now. Okay, yeah. Cthulhu coming in with the 54 months. Coming in strong, dude. I see you over there. Thank you so much for the long time support, Cthulhu. I see you over there. Back in the days, Cthulhu used to still be sleeping at the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico. And, you know, one day, I was kind of mad, and I was skipping rocks. So I threw a rock, and I woke him up, dude. I hit this guy in the head. I don't know how, because he was under the water. I guess I was just really good. So I threw this rock, and it hit this guy in the face. After that, I was patronized for, you know, waking someone up in their own home. So, you know what? I was like, you know what? I'm gonna buy you some Texas beef. We went to Houston's, and, you know, we became friends. So nowadays, Cthulhu has a day job. He's actually a school teacher. He's no longer becoming the, you know, ancient one with a cult following. He's just hanging out, man. Teaching the kids how to use a 3D printer. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. You know, it would be nice if there were more things to use chlorine in the game. Like a building, you could run chlorine and water to purify the water. Oh, you know what's funny? There is kind of a thing like that. It's just really underutilized, called the ore scrubber. You put in chlorine gas and it removes germs from solids. So even though it's called ore scrubber, you could actually put any solid inside. So you could use this, I think, to purify slime. I think that works. The oil spill woke him up. Oh shit. Houston's great food, best Bloody Mary on Saturday, Sunday. I see you over there. I'm not really a fan of the what do you call that? The tomato drinks. I'm not really a fan of the tomato drinks, man. I'm gonna be real. What's that tomato drink called? Clam Auto? No. V8? Y'all know what I'm talking about? There's a V8 tomato drink. I am not a fan of that, man. And then they like put that in like Clam Auto or something like that. Dude, I am not a fan of that stuff. They don't think it be like it is, man. But the dudes really do be like that sometimes. The blood, yeah, I'm not a fan of that, man. I'm not a fan of that, so I would rather go to one of those, like, I would go to like a Mexican tapas place that have unlimited mimosas. I'd rather do that instead. I love orange juice, dude. So you tell me y'all have unlimited orange juice champagne? Dude, how am I gonna say no? How am I gonna say no? But yeah, man. Still, I want to say Houston's, man. Best barbecue in the business. Most suck, but Houston's have a version they do from scratch on the weekends that kicks veg butt. That good, huh? I'm still not gonna have it though. Poinsettias are better than mimosas, IMO. They're made with cranberry juice instead of OJ. Yeah, so my favorite fruit is oranges. So it's like I got that bias. You know what I'm saying, man? It's like going to LA, right? And then you're like, man, I had better fish tacos in Boston. And while that might be a valid opinion, everyone in Los Angeles is going to tell you to go to hell. And then they're going to immediately follow up by saying, fuck Boston. And that's just an LA thing. You know what I'm saying, man? That has nothing to do with like the location, because all of that stems from like rivalries on the sports teams, right? And it's like the juggernaut of the West and the juggernaut of the East, you know? We kind of just go at it. So it's like, that's been like that for, dude, decades. Every heck knows. So it's like, you know, you'll hear that from time to time, but you got a little bit of the homerism inside. Nothing wrong with Boston. They do the soft shell crab burgers over there, and that's kind of suspect. But you know what, man? I can't be too mad. Apparently, they have like a preference where they fish up baby crabs. And it's like they eat them before they fully develop the shell. So it's like just a chunk of meat. And they deep fry the baby crabs because the shells aren't developed yet. And it's like the perfect sized patty. Yeah. Soft shell crab burgers. They have that in Boston. I was watching Anthony Bourdain. Is that his name? And you know, he travels around doing the food stuff. There's a place in Boston that, like, it's by the pier. It's called the Krabby Patty. I see you, Raven. No, for reals, though, they do a soft shell crab burger, dude. There's no meat. It's just, the patty is literally, they take the baby crab, batter it, and deep fry. And it's like, they're like, yeah, there's no bones or anything. The crunch comes from the deep fry. I was like, really? That sounds a little suspect still, man. Be real. Vacuuming takes the longest, man. It's taking way too long. Welcome to the Crusted Crab. Dude, I wonder if they would ever do like a sponsorship and just rename the burger temporarily. Y'all willing to name this the Krabby Patty? And they're like, nah, man, what about the years of tradition that we had before the SpongeBob? What's going on, Papa John's? So this place is actually like a restaurant on the pier, though, right? I don't know much about it, though. I'm gonna be real. I just know that it exists over there. Milligrams, micrograms. We're almost there, almost there. Just waiting for the pumpage to happen. So, would you ever run the gold from the volcano after it started to cool an area through another metal tile cooling to cool it more? You can do that. That is one of the ways to do it. I will not be opting for that method. I'm going to be opting for a different method. We're going to be doing a... I guess for the sake of it, I should just do this now. Yeah. We'll do... yeah, so this is better up top. I hope that doesn't bop too much. Oh, yeah, it's gonna bop the vacuum. Oh, that's gonna be kind of bad. Let's minimalize the damage. We gotta try to minimalize it. Pip eggs. I'm gonna be doing a different method though. But yeah, it's gonna be something like what you're describing, just a little bit weird. I guess we do these two. And then we want that at 9. We do these at 7. Yeah, should be fine. It's going to be a weird setup, though. Oh, I'm going to need this in order to reach that tile. Are we making water here? Yes, we is. Okay, so that water is going to be hot, right? These die at 45, and this is at 37. So what we're going to do is we're just going to turn this off. And then this is going to be cut as well. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to start adding water into here. Okay, let's sweep up the stuff because we know we need to. Let's get this tile because we know we need that. We're gonna get about 1,800 grams of oxygen floating inside. That kind of sucks. Good news is that the polluted oxygen got removed, so it's not too bad. We got the automation. Let's go. Let's go with... Man. Biodiesel. So technically, we get deep fryer. Let's go with some of the tech here for the Great Monument. Oh, grab that. Finish that off. All right, that's hot water, right? Yep, 67. All right, so now we get to deconstruct that. Okay, we're gonna move that up, deconstruct this. Nothing we could really do about that, but it's, you know, not as much oxygen floating in. We're just gonna have to pump that. Because it's 2 pumps now, we do want a second wheel on this. Bump this up to a 7. Let's bump this up to a 9. That's actually more important. My dupes are not doing anything. They could sweep. Only the best sweeps. Alright, so I guess this isn't really too big of a deal with the heat transfer here. And theoretically, that's always gonna be better. I'll keep that one in. And then we will run the radiant like that. Okay. Because we have gold. We could run it like this. And then that segment probably allows me to do this then. Oh, I'm out of gold. Alright, we're just gonna have to grab it from there when it erupts. It's all oxygen. That's not bad. 69 micrograms. So they're gonna breathe out CO2. Oh no, they can't. It's such a small bubble, they can't breathe it anymore. Alright, let's connect that. Let's connect that. So all the water flows out. This is on again, so we could turn this on. That way this goes out. Goes in through the metal refinery. We continue smelting. Because I want to use the power, right? This is cold, which is fine. There's no gas bubble inside. And how much are we at? 7,000. Yeah, I think we turn this on again. So this is going to go in to cool in the oxygen. We're not generating any more heat, at least not yet. At some point, we probably will add some more water into there. Milligrams. So we're going to add water this way for it to go inside once we're ready. We're just going to fill this up in the reservoir. So during the in-between idle, because this is only going to be active for 60 seconds every 800 seconds. So we're going to get that 800 seconds to dump water in and empty out the water that's inside. How has the cooling setup on the left worked so far? It's been great. Nothing's been really too much of a problem. Everything's been working pretty well. The door issue happened a couple times, but, you know, hasn't happened too many times, so I can't be too mad. This has allowed us to stack up the natural gas, which is at 210 per tile. And basically, it made it so that we're not using peat anymore, right? Because we have this at 9510 now. And then this is just always running. So it's just constant 2,500 watts. Right? It's constant 2,500. So it's really nice. Because I could run the Meta Refinery, I could run Radbolt, and there's like no real issue. Let's start doing that. So it's been pretty sweet, man. It's been pretty sweet. I'm thinking that we're gonna use this design over here. Basically, we're gonna do a little vacuum area. I guess we could start building this now. So, let's see. We are gonna trim as much of the cold abyssalite as we can. Maybe even the hot abyssalite. And then we're going to create a vacuum area right here. So that we could start having the debris fall down. Yeah, the rock right here, it's at 300. Down here, though, it's still at like 1,000. So the heat transfer between tiles is not as, you know, as good as I need it to be. So 300 and then 1,000. And then this corner is 1,200. This is actually getting a little bit light red. Right? Scorching versus molten. But it's helping. Yeah, so I think we're going to do the same thing here. The good thing that we have is that we could have all the items fall down, right? and then do the same build. I think I might just have to create some space on this side though. I guess I should do something with the waters. Amazing how much goes into taming a volcano. I mean, it's a volcano, though. It's kind of fair, man. I hate to say that it's this much work, but it's like, when you think about it, it's like, it's a volcano, dude. If you could tame this, you get the resources. And then if you have a proper tamer, it should just last forever. I just, you know, just can't be too mad. Will it get stuck? Top layer dropping too cold or obsidian can't conduct well? It can. You could start getting a point where the steam, like you start getting to like 100, 110, 125, right? Once you start getting to that and you're not getting power anymore, it's just slow. At that point, you might be better off scrapping it or relocating the design so you get power, right? So you could do either one of two things. You could either, like in my case, I could actually, you see how this is separated right here, this layer? I could actually just dig through, dig up the bottom, then move all the hot debris to this tile. And then effectively, we just dug up all the heat and moved it right next to the steam turbine. Right? We could technically do something like that and then like give it a little bit more life. So you always have like a weird option of going back in, which is why you always want to keep a vacuum area vacuumed. You never want to let it free because you never know if you're going to go back in, right? And dig this back up again. Copper Tamer worked out nice, dude. I'm not going to lie, man. Taming a volcano is great times. Wait. Why is this hot? Oh, it's the temp shift plate at 45. Okay, that makes sense. All right, this is almost done. The bottom's going to start vacuuming, and it's the top oxygen leaking in. That's not too bad. Oh, wait. Oh, no, we're fine. It's just this temp shift plate shouldn't be here. And then I messed up a little bit. It's these two need to be insulated. Yeah. Slight mistake. All right, so here and then here. That should be a little bit better. Che, welcome in. I see you over there, Che. Hope you're having a good one, man. Thank you for tuning in. Ooh, bottom vacuum is complete. That means we could remove this. Temperature is at 67. Once it gets to 69, they're going to start taking damage while touching the water. So, of course, that's never a good thing. Look at that. 5,000 strong. Okay, so we have no water getting seized. That's because this is in a nice cold temperature. 23 degrees. We're checking for 24. We could add some water into here. We're good. We're good. I see you over there. Sentry. We're good. Looks like we're good. Gold and gold. Yeah, we're fine. Nice, we got the vacuum. All right, so unplug that. I need to get the joint plate here. technically we don't need this anymore. Why did you place temp shift plate in the middle steam generator but the left of the second? All right, so the reasoning is because of insulated pipes. So I want to make sure that the zone, so temp shift plates, right, have a rule. If you're making a conductive or a highly reactive, you know, with a highly conductive material, you need to keep this radius around the temp shift plate, so one tile radius around it, empty. And it doesn't have to be empty. You can't have anything insulated. So you can see my temp shift plates are here. Around it, there's nothing insulated. Well, there is some pipes, but you can't really avoid that. So in the most optimal case, right, it's two pipes right here, temp shift plates right there. My pipes around it are all radiant. I'm trying to maximize the radiant piping thermal transfer by having temp shift plates in the radius of it at the same time. So that's all we're doing. It's not a positioning relative to the steam turbine, it's a positioning relative to the radiant piping. What's going on, Linden? Welcome in. Marcato, I see you coming in, man. What is this about dinos? So, you got these guys, the dinos. When they get happy, they start dancing around. Happy feet. Wobble combo. And then, you know, they start getting mad, pooping Pete on the ground. So they're the dinos. There's some other ones right here. They be trying to hunt. We have like 5 T-Rexes on an island. They're all trying to eat the same dartle, which is basically the father of the Drekos. Somehow, some way, one of the Dardos had a baby with the T-Rex, and that's a Dreco we have today. Outside of that, the dinos should have lost because we got hit by the meteor. But because we're dupes and we have the human knowledge, we're able to convert the heat that would have wiped them out into a power source. So basically, we do the dino apocalypse, but humans went back in time. That's kind of the scenario, for lack of better words. That's literally the scenario, man. What if humans went back in time and were there when the dinos got hit by the meteor? As long as the meteor doesn't immediately wipe out the entire planet, there was a heat wave, right, from that meteor? So, yeah, cool. That's exactly what we have to do. We have to cool down the map any way we can. A Linden man. I don't know if you said that on purpose. Was he trying to say a pun like that, man? Oh yeah, so we got the automation here. Shipping. Conveyor belt thermal sensor, nickel. All right, so here goes out. Bam, bam, bam. Now, I don't know if this works. That's the people claiming the meteor is not real. The clouds for a few years straight or normal. Were you reading the hieroglyphics? Is that what the pictures say? Hieroglyphics, man. The original manga. That's actually probably not even close to being true. All right, I'm gonna test something. I don't know if this works. There's no power here, huh? So, damn, I can't power everything. Is there a transport bridge under the transport valve? Where does the gold go? Yeah, so what we need is the overflow here. And then we run that up. Now, technically... I guess I need directional flow. I need to find out where I want it. So, bam, bam. I guess that's fine. Let's do this for directional flow. And then from here, we know that's going to be solid. All right, so this is going to be a little weird. Yeah, turbine area becomes the last temp check. So we could cool it down from like 130 to like, you know, 35. All right, so I want to say this works, that because this isn't connected, this should force a direction out this way. I don't think I need a belt for that. It should just work. But I feel like I have to kind of guess. Whoa, you taking damage? My man. Bert, go to the hospital. It should work, but I want to test it, right? All right, we'll test it later. So for now, this is fine. All right, boys. We're going to hope for the best. This is going to erupt in 0.5 of a cycle, 300 seconds. So I guess it's not ready. Will heat transfer work in vacuum though? No. So I'm going to add something in later. I just can't do it now because I might have to reopen this. And I don't want any of the stuff falling in. So I have to wait for this to finish erupting. And then in that time span, I should be creating water. We got the bottle emptiers doing their thing. YCK, welcome in. So I want to wait for this to erupt one more time, and then we're going to open this. And it should push out the oxygen that way. Right? And then we should have a liquid lock. And then we should be able to seal it, mop up the water, and then start adding regular water in this way, which drips through. Then we would add enough water into here and try to finish the build. I guess we should set up the other part, which is bottle drainer here. And then this doesn't really matter. This is probably just salt water. Actually. Yeah, I think we just use regular water. Alright, so this is a mechatronics job. We only have like one guy that could do this, so we need to prioritize. So we need to get everything supplied so that the guy that does the job can do it. Alright, waiting for this. No research. Let's grab that. My dupe's doing anything else? Small trim. I guess we could sweep this. Get that done. Okay, a little bit of water. This is 6 tiles, so we do 2 tiles here. All right, so 67 seconds. Look at Bert go. So the water is hot enough that my dupes take damage now. My man has to breathe. All right, so now we could do this. We want to be on 1x speed. Does the oxygen go in? It should get pushed out, right? It should push out. Infinite, a nice push out. That's what I want to see. There we go. All right, so sweep the tile, sweep the iron. Right? No gas break. So we should get a liquid lock right here. And then what we want to do is we want the salt water going down all the way so that we can mop it. We should probably dig this right here. Can you dig it? Come on, my dupes. I need you to dig this. Alright, it's looking pretty good. So below 150 kgs is where we need it to be at. Food has decayed, so we are on downtime right now. That's why it's going to be a little scary. They're going to be asleep when we need them working. All right, we should probably put this in priority 9, because we could mop this up already. The gold might make steam right here. I'm a little worried about that. The saltwater temperature is going up at the very bottom. My man's... No, they have to build from the left. That's fine. Gold is very reactive. It should be fine. It should be fine. Come on, Nails. You got this, buddy. Start mopping, boys. Start mopping. Hey, all right. Cleaning, priority 9. All right, we don't need to mop that. Come on, salt water. All right, so no gas. This is good. We have the oil drop lock. So we are going to use mass move. All the stuff here, we'll just move it out. Max priority. Even the gold, which should be fine. It's only 100 degrees. All right, so now that everything is good, we're going to connect this. And then the water comes through to the bottom. Move the stuff out. All right, nice. So the bottles of salt water is removed. This looks good. So we're going to put finishing touches on this. Insulate. We don't need to move the gold. And then we want the heavy wop plate here. Okay, so everything gets power this way. And then we want maybe 160 per tile. Keep it nice and thick. All right, 160. So we unplug. All right, so this gives us roughly 40 to 45 kilograms per tile, depending on how much we actually have on this. That should be good. We got the steel replacement on some of the tiles. So it goes this way. Conveyor rail. Green signal if it's above 135. Let's use that as a safety number. This is gonna go through this way, and then we have nothing here yet. Okay, so we need... we need to run this like that. All right, so the switcheroo is good. We're going to get steam in here now. It's going to be able to cool itself. The only thing we won't be able to do is actually get steam turbines cooled, and then we need to get some power inside. Why not add a transformer outside with 4K wires to have the ability to fully isolate the room? We're gonna probably, because we're going to be running this right here, right? We're gonna use that same design over here because it's hot. And what I'm thinking about doing that's kind of weird is dig everything out, vacuum it, and then when we dig the stuff, it falls down. And then we could use the other ones as well that's next to us. And then move all the stuff and use it together and just daisy chain all the transformers. I mean, all the steam turbines, which is why we're running this like that, because we're going to connect this outside. I think that works. But yeah, it didn't really feel like I need to isolate it. I really just don't. It doesn't really do anything. Oh, so there is no heat transfer here. That's the only way you heat transfer, right? Since this is a vacuum, there is no heat transfer. So this is effectively already isolated. Yeah, this should be fine. And we do a dump right here. Realistically, though, I might want to put it right on the edge. Yeah, I don't know where I want to put that. Metal volcano taming. Yep. We're going to add in a second AQ for a freezer design as well. And then we got to get some coolant water for the steam turbine soon. Okay, so second step isn't too bad. But I need to decide how I want to do this. Alright, so I think we change this. No water. We'll let this finish dumping. Okay. I guess for the sake of how this needs to work, it's fine to do it this way. It just feels weird that I should just do it like that instead. Alright, this should be fine. Okay, we're gonna run salt water here. Should be good. Alright, we will want salt water here as well. Alright, pours out properly. Probably want the pitcher pump there for the salt water. And then we have salt water here. Should be okay. We have salt water, right? Like, I don't have to worry about that. Alright, this is still not melted. I'm kind of impressed. Alright, we'll just leave that alone. We are going to disable this. Brine auto bottle enabled. And then this is now enabled. We let them do that. This is gonna be okay. Oh, this is gonna be removed. That makes a lot of sense. And then we do something like that. Can we get a ladder here? We could. Super meme. Alright, so we know we want this. And then we will do that setup, that setup. No! The gold melted the gold. Oh, what a travesty. Okay. The gold melted the gold. God damn it, dude. Alright, fixing this shouldn't be too bad. We just have to make a different entrance on the side. And the thing is that there's no real problem. Once we get steam inside, it's gonna be okay. The gold just melted the gold. Let's do that, get that. Salt water on here. Green, if it's above, let's go with a simple 24 degrees. Dude, what a travesty. Because we lose half the mass from that happening. What a travesty. Free refining, dude. It was all, dude. This is refined gold in the temp shift plate. It was already refined. I'm paying double taxes. Hey man, I refined it for you for free. Wait, but it was already refined. Oh shit. Hey man, they don't think be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that sometimes. You just hate to see it, man. Yeah. All right, so all right, we'll have to do it like that so we don't get stuck. And then we have to do the setup here. Dude, it's getting taxed, man. We're just getting taxed. Alright, so we should be good here. I should not need to add any more water. Let's dump it back into the spawn. Oxygen went down by 200 kilograms, so it's not bad. Having that add-on again is probably okay. Alright, so this is good. Turn that off. This is fine. If you guys are wondering, you always want to bridge on when you're filling an aqua tuner loop, otherwise it jams. And you want to make sure your AQ is not running. What happens is that if your AQ is running, one bubble gets pulled into the aqua tuner. And then it just becomes weird. There's also another rule with each additional bridge. You want to have a exhaust pipe, just in case. We're going to put that right here. Effectively, if this starts jamming, I have to remove exactly 2 bubbles, 1 for each bridge. So we're just going to add a parallel pipe so that once this jams, we could fill it out 2 bubbles and then cut the pipe and then reconnect it back. You gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. All right. Make sure everything is clean. Okay. I'm gonna say we left debris inside. What a travesty. All right. We get that. And then we'll get the oil drop block. We know we're gonna want the gases inside. And we still want salt water here. So we want 200 to 250 kilograms per tile. That's the ideal setup. All right, salt water is going to be our coolant of choice, not because we want to use it, just because it's more so that, you know, might as well. So salt water, because we have a lot of it. 99 and -7. So I could actually have this go down to like freezing temperatures. I'm not going to do that though. So 41609 is pretty good. We'll just keep the 24. That's pretty fair. So we're gonna aim for a target amount of 200 to 250. Anywhere in between is fine. If you guys are trying to do this, the sweet spot's gonna be around 400, 397.76 or something like that. And it's a weird sweet spot because of the max value of salt you get on the bottom tile is 1100 and not 1000. So 35% of that is like 387 point something. And then it's like, I don't want to deal with that. So I just want to be below 350. It's 35%. So it depends on the liquid. Liquids that have low mass for full tile count, something like oil that goes up to 870 before it creates a new tile above it, it's 35% of that value. So that's going to be the magic number for almost everything. For anything to be submerged, it has to be above 350 per tile. That way, if you're doing a Paku ranch, you need to make sure your topmost layer is above that value. Because when you're touching the top of a tile, it's going to expand to look like it's a full tile, but it's not. So your fish will fly up and then fall down a layer. It's going to seem like they could climb up to it, but they never will be. And they'll just keep falling while in water, which is one of the weirdest things, right? You're in water swimming, but you keep falling while you try to get to the top. That's like a video game glitch, dude. Not even gonna lie. But yeah, 35% rule for flooded buildings, for critters that are, I guess, supposed to be in water, what that value needs to be. All right, this backside needs to hit 200 is what we're waiting on. Oil's finally here, and we'll be able to break in soon. 5, 4, all right. All right, so what we did was we built up the tiles so that the liquid has to push up and spread. Vacuum tile. We're going to put a door here to prevent dupes from becoming problems. All right, vacuumed out, no gas. I may want to add more water afterwards, which you could always do. And then liquid layer 250, 235. Perfect. Take this off, disconnect. Power's good, rail is good. I guess you could argue having the rail come out here might be necessary. Insulated tile above that. So I needed this space to be able to climb up and over when we add a layer of water here. Nice. So we want to sweep. Autosave log. Let's wait for that. Want to verify the vacuum still. Let's do a little bit of sweepage right here. And then we're going to add water the old-fashioned way. Alright, this is direct drip, so I shouldn't have to worry too much. So by stacking the water, you're able to actually get a decent amount of water on the tile without actually flooding the building. Now, that might seem kind of like a meme, because it kind of is. What you get is effectively a nice area that you don't actually have to do anything to build out, and you get to use it as a cooling spot, so it works out pretty well. All right, so let's get an extra suit. We're out of fiber. Waiting for a baby. Got any elderly dartles? 24. 16. Little babies, way too young. 30. 12. 30. 38, he's getting close. 29, but he's stuck. Or wait, there's a puff? Where'd you come from? What the hell? Wait, hold up. I don't have pups in my game. Where did this guy come from? Wait, hold up. There's no pups in this map. Wait a minute. Was there a puff in here? Are there puffs in this biome? I don't actually know. Maybe there is. I did not print out any puffs. So I'm assuming it was from digging out one of the buried objects in here, maybe. Gave me a puff egg. Middle, lower, you have another one. You've seen a single puff in this left biome. Okay, so he basically evolved. We got a Rex right here. Yeah, we can do that. I don't see any other puffs though. That's okay. I'm just gonna say they spawn there normally. And that's totally normal, boys. Totally normal. Alright, we're gonna move the suit so that we do the setup. Our water we gotta pay attention to because it's constantly dripping. We're gonna go for the same thing. Try to get 200 on the side. Oh yeah, that's right. I was looking for dartles. Wait, could we eat poke shells that are elderly? 80. That's not considered elderly, alright? Alright, this guy, 38, 30, 41. Alright, man. We're gonna have to feed this guy. Oh, yeah, we gotta watch the water. 200. Nice. I'll wait till this gets to 250. 213. Nice. All right, so we'll just cut it here. Let the water drip. Cool. All right, so we wanted to keep the vacuum so that we don't have heat transfer on the top layer. Right? Which is why we want to keep this in the vacuum. And then I want to be able to climb in and pick up the items. Right? When we decon this. We sleeping? We sleeping. Or at least was. I guess we could dig this out. Alright, now that that's good, we could put the tiles there back. Yeah, that happens, man. It happens. I can't be too mad about it, but it does happen. Where you just catch yourself slipping. Alright, so all the stuff we're good, right? Alright, so the last thing we need here is a joint plate. So it's gonna have consumers now. 100 degrees. It's not hot enough yet. Alright, so the power's connected. There's no issue there. We could do that now. Yeah. So we'll wait on that. Gas being there is fine. There we go. Gets pushed up. Alright, now this ladder. I will want to put insulated tiles here. It's going to be kind of weird, but I think that makes sense. And then I think we want to do that. Let's get the sweep. Now, the only thing is that we don't actually have power here to actually run the aqua tuners yet. So we're going to hope that this is going to be able to, like, cool itself down and then run it enough time so it's not a problem. All right, so that's good. So now we need to do this tile. We need to keep that in a vacuum. And then get that tile there. From here, I guess putting the chute there is fine. Oh no, we're fine. Battery-wise, you wouldn't want that. Because technically, you could argue that the power's in steam form. The hotter it is, the more power we get. Or no, you're saying that we wouldn't be able to get enough power to run anything and it gets killed off. Yeah, that could be a thing. Alright, so we're good now, right? We could remove that and start using the space. I guess we could put a jumbo here for that reasoning. Alright, so we're good here. Tile. Decon, decon, decon. Nice, nice. Alright, so what we need is to set a temperature here that we're happy with. We will not want the sweeper on yet. So we're going to disconnect that part. Okay, we do want to go inside and fix this. Now that we have steam inside, it shouldn't be a big deal. So we're going to do these 2 tiles. We might want to add more steam inside. We need to dig this out. We're going to not allow anyone in. Okay, who is the best builder? D-Mayor. He's about to go to sleep. Okay, we'll wait till he wakes up. All right, that's going to be good. Still sweeping on the bottom side. Not a big deal. Squeaky Puff just chilling by himself. I mean, he's hanging out, I guess. This is good. We're desalinating temporarily with a temp setup to get some water. That's not bad. All right, so we know that we want to break into here. So I think what we'll need to do is just start digging. We need to just start digging. Yeah, man, D-Mayor's making sure he's napping. All right, he's taking his nap. I just realized we don't have enough beds. Wait, what? Hold up. I don't have enough beds. There's people just not sleeping. Guys, we had to get some beds. Yeah, look at this squad right here. Let's do a quick dormitory for these guys. We'll get you guys the nice beds. Wait, no, they have the nice beds too. Alright, we're gonna give you the other ones. 6, 7, 8, 64? 68, okay. There we go. My bad, my bad. Alright, there he is. Wait, that suit didn't have any oxygen. Holy crap. What are we doing? What the hell, dude? He's holding his breath. Dude, that's illegal. Could we dock that, man, one time? We're gonna move that one to here. Dude, WTF. I know, man. Yeah, he put the bag on his head. Forgot to plug it into the oxygen. So you could see that my steam turbines are not flooded. They're going to be turning on once the steam's hot enough, but I want to go inside, do a little bit of fixing. D-Mayor round 2. Let's go, buddy. Hey, man. You gotta understand, I come from an era where the suits used to come in pre-filled. There was a day when that was common, dude. Suits would come in pre-filled. It was kind of nice. No. Yeah, so back in the day, they made it so that when you make an Atmos suit and you construct it for the first time, it would have a full tank of oxygen inside. So there was no problem with that, right? It's more so that, I guess, for balance reasons, they weren't a fan of it. So what ended up happening was they took it out. It was around the time when oxygen masks were being added in, I want to say. And when the oxygen masks got added in, I guess they were not happy with it. Alright. Why do I feel like I'm gonna get jebaited and the shale's gonna pop inside? Pick it up, pick it up. Alright, there we go. I don't trust myself. Alright, looks like 120 kilograms of steam came out, which kind of sucks. That's going to be how many bubbles we should try to add inside, and we're still pretty good. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll allow Tamer outside. We are going to build tiles here. And then it's going to allow us to delete the heat. Basically, we're just going to be deleting the steam. So we don't have to deal with this. Steam pressure inside is pretty good. 43.7.8. Yeah, so all we got to do now is seal it up. Oh, wait, he has a suit on. There we go. Alright, so all we need now is power. So this door is no longer needed. Unless I'm scared about wrecking the vacuum here. But we should be fine. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll do that. Oh, lag. Alright, and then we're gonna wheel run into the battery. And then it's gonna power the AQ. Yeah. Oh, we can't go in to do that. I see. It's all unreachable. Should be fine. Alright, how is this? 7K. We're adding water in. We're cooling it down. It's working pretty well, it looks like. Yeah, I don't want anyone going in because they're going to get burned, right? We just got hot steam. I don't trust the dupe. Someone's going to stand right here and die. Oh, wait. D-May. Oh, don't get wrecked. Hey, he got the X-ray. You got the wall hacks. How'd you build all three without having vision? I mean, it worked. I guess I can't be too mad. The man was cheating. How we good? Mop up the oil. Get the free stuff. Okay. So this is more heat now. And then we're effectively able to run this to 24. They're going to have to run the wheel to do that. And then once we get enough steam so it's hot enough, we're going to start recouping a little bit of power. It's not bad. It's going to take some time to cool down the water right there. But it's also doubles as a buffer so that the turbines are harder to heat up. Not bad. All right, so that means it is going to be time. Mop this up. 600? Gee, that's a lot, actually. Oh, wow, that works, doesn't it? All right, so pro tip. We're going to put a mesh tile, and then we're going to be able to mop on top of it so that the salt water gets mopped up. And then we're going to release the brine into the bottom. Combines together. We're going to dig out this abyssalite. just because it's going to be good for us. And then we're going to start setting up our kitchen area right here. Yeah. I might move my Great Hall as a result. Ooh, mosquito eggs. Totally want those. Hell nah. Dude, you know what I saw the other day? Someone took a USB laser and then mounted it on a, like, rotatable thing. Anytime it sees anything small fly by, it auto targets and shoots the laser. And you would see little mosquitoes fly by, get hit by the laser, and it would literally just come crashing down. Like it's no longer flying anymore. Like you would see it. So it's basically the, like, zapper, but I guess, I don't know, does it zap it? Does it burn it? I don't know how that works. But it was basically a mosquito artillery thing. I thought it was pretty cool. I thought it was pretty cool. I was like, oh man, does that actually work? Now the problem was that it doesn't have a lot of range. It's like you put it here and the range is like literally right in front of it. That's the only problem with that. It's not like it's like you put it in your back door and your entire yard is clear. Nothing like that, right? That would have been really nice. But no, it was like a close distance thing only. Alright, let's start digging through that. Should be okay. We want to mop stuff up. We want to use up the water here at some point. If they're bored, they could do that. Alright, water moppage. We got to do it. You see this? Mop on top of the mesh. And then that allows you to target the specific layer. Disco ball mosquito swatter. Dude, that could be kind of nice. You would just have to put like an epilepsy warning. Like, watch out, man. You do that, but... oh, man. You might bop somebody, IRL. I saw someone with a Kickstarter program to use lasers to zap mosquitoes, but also production to shoot only 1 meter per second flying objects and not animals or people. Ah, maybe it's the same thing. It was a YouTube short that I saw. Oh, we just had this guy plunge into the cold water. I mean, his body temp was too high, right? We're just helping the man out. Alright, we're just mobbing up the non-brine, keeping it clean. Alright, so now this warm and this cold is going to merge together. The layers are good. We could pop this. Man, I could surround myself with these lasers. Anti-defense. Enjoy summer at the lake here. Dude. You might as well make it into a light show. That way, you could write off the equipment as a tax, you know. Yeah, man, I was throwing a party. That was part of my expenses. You know how it is, man. There we go. Alright, can we run across to this side? No, right? So I do kind of want something like this. Just so that we could go over to this side and not get stranded. Yeah, we're gonna need that. Alright, cool. We're just gonna dig this. My man's is stuck and they're in a CO2 pit. This is not good. Yep, they know to breathe. Let's go. They know they gotta breathe. Alright, not jamming. Despite this running. Open bubble. It's working pretty well. We're getting power now. Look at that. The battery's full. Look at that. So we're not sweeping the gold yet. because I don't actually want anything getting chilled. We're just going to be running the AQ to try to cool it down. Cost to run the bit. Dude, that's exactly. That works, man. That works. Hey, Jacob. Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. I see you over there, Jacob. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. I see you over there, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I think I could get rid of that, right? From the top. And then I want to start popping these. Probably that one. Alright, so we know that this is the normal spread for the layers. So we're going to need to do a food storage here. What's going on, Jack Bulls? You do Summer League, man. Wouldn't you want to see how Cooper Flag does? I'm saying, man, Summer League could be kind of nice. The only problem with that is, yeah, after the next couple days of Summer League, we're out of basketball for like 3 months. You got to start watching like the Euro League or something. Even then, it's still like a two-month drought. That does suck, just kind of in general. Tech-wise, we're good. I guess it's just grabbing these preemptive techs. No baseball, no basketball, no football, no hockey. I'm lost, dude. Let me introduce you to this sport known as ping pong. Holy crap, dude. Have you seen them, man? It's impressive. These guys are just like swinging all day, every day. If not, maybe it's time to start watching some esports. It's not a bad idea, man. Oh, dude, I love World Series of Poker, but not the sport of poker itself. It's kind of funny. I like watching the personalities. Like, I like watching Daniel Nagaru just cold call, read everybody, because it's his day job. He will read you, call your poker hand, and then at the end of it, you're like, how did you know, man? What was that? I don't know why. Watching that is pretty fun. And dude, why does it feel like poker has the best commentators out of any sport? Like, the coverage and the color commentator, like, they're usually really good compared to, like, everywhere else. I don't know why. That stuff is pretty cool, man. I would enjoy the pokers. But I would rather do one of those, like, late night with the pros and you get a couple amateurs in versus actually just watching, like, a top, like, poker game. And it's like, oh, man, it's Phil Ivey and Daniel Nagaru, heads up. Oh, what's this? It's Phil Hellmouth. You know? Like, that stuff is kind of mid. I'd rather just see them all at a table hanging out. And then it's like the barter they have because they know they're like their game. It's kind of what makes it kind of fun too. Alright, we're likely gonna want this just so that we could continue utilizing this. I feel like they quit those kind of shows. I was watching Poker Stars in 25, seemed to stop. Yeah! Poker Stars, man. That stuff was fun. I just don't know what happens now. Did gambling pivot? Or was it something else? Alright, looks like with this now, this is our new CO2 pit. That realistically we should be aware of. COVID probably didn't help. Dude, I thought COVID wouldn't affect it as much because it's like a lot of it is online anyways. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's online though. Yeah, true, not the TV stuff. That is kind of, yeah, you have to be in person for that. That's true, that's true. Alright, so this is done. So we have infinite salt water in here. We could start actually putting a bottle dropper inside, much like we did with the polluter water, so we could just bottle up all the water and, you know, have it in pump formation. We'll just leave this as is for now, though. So next thing we wanted to do was food storage. What kind of food storage do we want to do? Biodiesel goes down to -10. Vital oil goes down to -33. And it's not that good. And then what else do we have? Amber, which gives us a resin, -20. Dude, all this suck. This was just an overflow tank. So that if we didn't have them flopping this way, they would flop this way. And then I was going to eventually feed a jawbone in a separate tank. Right? No, okay, I guess that's fine. We just never really got around to it. Alright, so we could do this, and then there shouldn't be anything kind of stopping this from flowing out now. Should be good. This wouldn't be bad to get oxygen here, and then it should push out the CO2. Alright, so liquids. What do we have available? Molten glass. That's not a lot of crude. I guess we could use... Yeah, I guess we could just use the CO2 gas build. How do I want to do it? Alright, so we're going to do a kitchen / meal hall area, and we're also going to want to deal with the CO2 at the bottom. Given the nature of everything, it kind of makes sense to kind of do that and do this. And then we just need to get power here. Let them work on that. So my liquids, -20. Is vital oil the only thing I have that I have a lot of? -33. That's what, 19? 19, I guess is pretty fair. Right, because we do 29, 19. It's not 18. I feel like I want something colder than that. I don't think we have anything colder than that. Ethanol. We got the seals. I'm not sure if we have these. Oh, emulse. What can I make with this? There is a Star Trek mod for Oni. Oh my god. That's actually kind of impressive if they actually do that. What's the name of the mod? Dude, it's petroleum. That's actually best for this. Dupe-Track. What a name. What a name. 100 kgs. Dupe-Track, the next dupe? I don't know what D stands for. The next dimension, maybe? We really don't have anything that works. Well, it works, it just doesn't work as well as I would want it to work. Oh, it's a fixed set of dupes. That's kind of cool. Are they gonna put like... Dude, I could see a reverse Oni where everyone who wears a red shirt is a meep. And then everyone else is like properly named. I don't know why. I could see that from some reasoning. The next generation. Oh my god. That's a big project. That's a big project though. Do they say how long they've been working on it yet? That kind of gives us a timeline of like what to expect, right? It's only base game Oni. Ooh. Only base game. It's kind of interesting. So as someone who hasn't seen a lot, it might be time to start watching, and then we could play the mod. Oh my god. So it's been almost a year. So probably expect like a 1-year timeline for each of the different iterations. Last update was in Feb though. Oh shit. Okay. Yo man, hopefully they're still working on it. February is a long time ago, man. All right, so man, I want to use liquid because we have the aqua tuner inside that's not doing anything. We could use gas. I would feel like I need to do story. I feel like I should never do chronological start unless that's how the story was told. I feel like it should be done that way. Like the way that the producers kind of released it as. Yeah, they probably can't do a DLC with that just due to licensing problems. Yeah, that's probably what might be the biggest issue. IRL release, not chronological order. That's kind of like watching Sinbad before Moggy. Because it's like you wouldn't know about Sinbad until you watch Moggy. But then if you watch Sinbad before Moggy, Moggy's not going to seem that good. Kind of a thing. Borg dupe, bio dupes, that makes sense. All right, so CO2. Power-wise, we have enough. So this is an auto pump now. We should be good. We shouldn't need this. We might want to get rid of that. My friend hates to order you watch. I wouldn't be mad at the way people watch. Like if they watch a certain order, they watch a certain order. Boemler. Man, I have no idea who these people are. I gotta start watching or something. All right, so it looks like we are going to have to do a liquid cooling system for the food. There's no real way for us to do it well, though. Yeah, so how do we want to do this food box? Use liquid CO2. Liquid chlorine. That'd be insane. I could see that, like, really just ending really badly. No jams. No real issues. Minor sweep jobs. Alright, so... the dilemma is basically, do I want to have an empty layer? So that we could readjust the height. That would be the only thing, to be honest. Do we care for that? Because of how the freezer works, all the food we have... Man, I guess we could try to make ethanol. It's really just from wood, though. And we wouldn't have that, right? There's no weird byproduct we get from these guys. We have plume squash, we have mammoth, egg, but we have nothing. So it's really just phyto oil that we have a lot of liquid form. Go down to 33. This might be bad, but I want to say this is probably the best option we have. Yeah. So, let's see. For the time being, we'll just put false floors where I think it would be. Just so that my dupes have something to do. Let's grab some slickster eggs. Getting more oil is always nice. These guys aren't dying. But I guess we should put them down here. This kind of makes sense. They're going to be able to eat all the CO2 from here and just make oil. I can't be too mad about that. And then... the smartest thing to do then would be something like this. And then the logic is, we want to allow the CO2 to be connected. Okay, let him work on that. So, food storage. I want to try to do a double-sided layout. So, we have 5 tiles of space. So, I'm going to just build out in space so that we could visualize what we're going to do. So, we know we have 5 tiles. I want to have 2 tiles space. So maybe something like this where we climb up and then we could grab the food. Could be how we do it. Drop block setup. We could also make it so that the kitchen is only entered in from the right side. Right? And then there's a wall right here. Fast save. No, fast track is a different mod. Fast track. Only fast track. Yeah, it's on the Clay forums. Yeah, Clay forums. Don't get it off of Steam. This guy, I think, specifically only posted it on Steam, on Clay forums. Oh, this guy is not a developer. I don't know who he is, how he made the mod, but yeah, it's on the Clay forums since 2022. It's been a long time. So if we do this design, it's not that bad, because that means we get space to work with. So I'm not really too worried about that. Let them do the sweepage if they're not doing anything. 19. Okay, so we could do this. We want to spread out the water so we could mop it up. Still removing the gas, which is fine. Oxygen dump. See it, thanks. Yep. Let me know how that works out, man. How do I want to do this? So the millet seeds can't be made into food yet. We got to get a grill for that. Having this for... Okay, I kind of like that. Separating the room. That is going to adjust how we work here. Okay, so ladder on this side, ladder on that side. This doesn't really matter. It's just relative to the ladder that we kind of have to adjust. If we did a jump lock setup, it would look like that. We'd be able to insulate it. Get the jump lock. And then it kind of just works. We do the double jump lock. So we have a vacuum layer. Would I be able to pull this off? So it would be like this. But then we wouldn't be able to walk underneath. Alright, how much space is this? 10 tiles. So we do a normal 4 space gap. 10. Okay, so if we did it like that, we could run this setup like this. Oh, and then we have a floor change. All right, how wide is this? Well, I guess we could extend this because, well, no, this is kind of in the way. So let's go with the width of 17. So this is 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 would be how this would work. Probably need the 4 tile gap. So it ends up like that. That kind of ruins the purpose of this. Unless this leads into the floor right here. Which that still doesn't really make sense. A weird multi-floor setup. And then ideally we would do the vacuum drop block like that. Vacuum lock, metal tile, keep it cold. And then we'd be okay. CO2, CO2, liquids, liquids. And then it's just getting the sweeper to work. Which might be the pain. Because technically the sweeper works best if this isn't sticking out like that. Maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe I should do it properly and not think about doing it like that. Yeah, that's probably the smarter thing to do. So let's assume we're doing a 9 tile wide kitchen, right? We want to be able to sweep everything inside. Extra space basically allows me to pick where the sweeper needs to be. And then I guess in the perfect world, this is sealed off. And then we grab food. And then we want to grab food from here. I guess we should just have this be a wall. And then just do a separate setup here. That does work if we do that design. And then we would run what? Oil, petroleum. The biggest thing is finding out how the sweeper works, I think. Alright, so let's pull this out. I don't really want to trim this, but I think we have to. And this is just hot, right? So we know this is gonna be 17. We got the lip tile, right? Okay. So in theory, lip tile. I want this. A little bit of warm shell should be fine. This area is 48 because this is hot. 27 degrees. Oh my god, it's working. Nice, nice. This needs to be mopped. Alright, so ladder here, ladder here. We need to be able to build the tiles in the area. So ideally, that would be where I would want to sweep to, this corner. And we'll do it like that. Mamba, I hear you, baby. It's time for the midday nap. Mamba's mad. So Mamba naps first, by himself. And then he'll come up to me and be like, hey man, is it midday nap yet? And then he'll jump onto the bed like this. Look at this guy. And he's just meowing at me. He's like, hey, nap time. Is it nap time? Nap time. And then Mamba is just waiting for me. Alright, so what we're doing is we're seeing if we get sweep range. We lose that corner, but with this one, oh, we lose that as well. It doesn't matter where, we just lose it. That's tough. Alright, so technically, this is okay. I wish you were able to see, like, what gets blocked and whatnot. Look at Layra coming in with the telekinesis. Slayer, I see you over there. Demolior dropping is so beautiful. Alright, so this allows the good tile. Okay, so this kind of works then. So this is 9. Right, we know it's there. So this allows us to fit grill, grill, grill. So this is probably gas range. Oh, dude, smoker is 3 tall? No, dude. Really? Oh, man. All right, we're probably not going to get the room then. No kitchen. Having 200 seconds to prepare is too easy to solve problems. Cleared it all out. Got all the resources locked. Geysers. No problems. Nice. That's why you got to do the lab map, my dude. That's why you got to do the lab map. All right, smoker is second from right. So that's this building. And then we get 7. I want to say we will not use gas range. So we could try to do like a grill here and then the smoker. Why can't I have this 1 over? That would have been so nice. Because then we wouldn't have to worry about this right here. Is there anything that's like 2 by 1 that would fit? I mean, I don't need a fridge. There's literally nothing that fits inside, right? I guess we could argue that the grill gets moved over and then we have a 5 by 1. I guess that's a statue. Something. And then with this being here, we don't have enough space for the jump setup that I want to make. Dang it, dude. It's all because this smoker is stupid thick. Ah. So the other design then that makes this make sense is we move this up. I can't. Oh, no, I can reach? No, I can't reach. We put the storage in the floor is the only other way this works. Dude, Slayer, should try it out with reduced time. If having the 200 cycles is easy. At the same time, that also might be just your mastery showing. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Alright, so the heat's leaking out. I need to probably isolate that. Probably, you know, finally pump this out. Get a liquid lock in. This will be water, I suppose. Salt water. Since it's right here. Makes a lot of sense. Nice and cool. Let's go. Look at that. 23 degrees. So that means we could actually start looping some of the gold. All right, let's try this. It should loop to the right. It's only allowed to leave. So we re-loop, and this is not connected. So what should happen is that the gold should be looping. And that it should continuously loop once we get out to here. There we go. And we stop sweeping because the loader can't unload. Perfect. That's going to help out spread out the heat. We have more solid medium to deal with that. Alright, we're going to want to remove the bottom because we want 3 space gap. First time I wanted to see what it was like. I'll get the achievement, then start lowering time. Nice. This guy, man, coming in with the strats. Alright, so smoker on this tile. That allows. Priority 1. Probably don't want that. Alright, so now after that, we could reach into this tile. Could we do this one? So far we could reach, but I don't know if that actually works. Nope. That does not reach, okay. So if that's there, it's this tile, which I don't think works. Infinite goal source? What are you gonna do with all that? I'm gonna make conductive wiring, baby. So one of the problems with not having an oil biome is that you don't get free lead anymore to kind of just splurge on conductive wiring when you can. So it kind of sucks that we couldn't do that. So, you know, it's nice to have it back. All right, so smoker range. Smoker. All three. There is no good spot. There is no good spot. There is no good spot to freaking put this if I want to utilize the smokers. I do want to utilize a smoker and then one grill. That's the idea. 2 smokers, 1 grill. All right, so if it's like this, we tried this tile, right? So this tile wouldn't work. Huh. Would this work? And then it's this tile. Ooh, okay. So my problem was that I wouldn't be able to fit anything on here. But if I were to put a grill on a slightly elevated setup, I get the sweep on this tile. And I could use this as food storage. So it would probably be a design like this. Right? So that we get the food in a vacuum tile and it all works. Alright, no smokers built yet. I feel like they should make gold give you more decor. Nah, probably not. Alright, we got the technical setup here now. And we know that this is going to be the smokers. 1 space gap is fine. Okay. To build the metal. 5. So I want to go into here first. There's a good chance I would want this then. Which means this is going to be hot. Does this work the way I think it does in my mind? We have to get rid of that. Doesn't seem like this will jam anymore, so I shouldn't have to worry. All right, so 2, 3. And then we have food right here. Wow, that works. Yeah, that kind of works. It will just look weird. Dude, it's just gonna look really weird. Dude, yeah, it's just gonna look really weird. Oh no. That's fine. The salt water is just gonna become brine. Yep, classic. This should be okay. This should be insulated here. And then I guess this does work. It's gonna be kind of weird. This is gonna be empty tile. Technically, that's empty. Ooh, batteries. You probably don't want anyone here, though. Alright, the calories are kind of going down. Makes me a little bit worried. But we should be fine. So radiation has a value, and it's going to be different. So what you want to look at is, let's say you have shale. You're going to go to properties. Radiation blocking is a stat. In most cases, it's going to be a weird chart that you should actually look at, because otherwise it's like there's no real rhyme or reasoning to it. Like plastic and lead are the best radiation blockers. Gold is actually what allows a lot of radiation through. And then the biggest thing that's going to impact it is probably going to be mass. So tile size, right? So even if you have something that's not good at radiation blocking, let's say granite, right? 65, and it's not at the 75 that gold or that plastic or lead has. If you get enough of a tile mass like this, 1800, that's a lot better than a lead tile that's only going to be 100 kilogram mass, just because the mass is a lot larger, right? So realistically, if you want something that doesn't allow a lot, you want to have a lot of mass. If you want to allow a lot, you want to look for a small mass. In most cases, pneumatic door, 2x1, and it's only 100 kgs. Okay, so this should be good. I have to hope this is gonna be okay. We're going to not do this anymore. I'm gonna decon this just to get the bottle of phyto oil out. All right. We're gonna need a drop of oil. 600 grams, perfect. Afterwards, it's phyto oil. Do we have this? Okay, we have it. Oh, it's big tank, though. 200 on check. Let the rest spill out. It has to. We kind of have to just let it do that. Mop it up, boys. Let's relocate the phyto oil. And then we're going to need water here. This is insulated as it should be. Okay. So this should be good. Relocate. Alright. How goes? What's going on, Edwin? I'm making a standing lock. If you've never made one, this is a good time to ask the questions. We're making a standing lock. All right, now that we got the stand, let's get those in. Let's get that in. So a standing log is when you stack liquids on top of each other and you get a single tile. Well, I mean, single layer, single column. I don't know how you want to describe that. And then that's going to be how that works, right? Wait. Oh, I messed up. Oh, I totally forgot. I can't use water here. I think I have to use brine for the -10. Oh, man. You know what? I'm gonna redo this. We're gonna push out the water and push out the phyto oil. Water? I don't think we could use water. Yeah, this is gonna be jank. We're gonna have to make a very temporary petroleum setup. Okay. Put that right there. Bottle drainer. And then bottle filler. Get that plugged in. Alright, so we had to do that just because I realized that my setup isn't going to really work for a couple reasons. There's a good chance we're going to be using phyto oil inside as a coolant. So I need to get stuff that isn't going to get solidified if I were to have that pass by. Water is going to freeze into ice and it's going to bot me. So I can't really do that. So instead, I'm thinking I'm going to want to utilize petroleum. So we do have a little bit of oil. Hopefully this is okay. Because I have 100 kilograms. Slicksters have been doing slickster things. Right? Can't be too mad about that. Help them out with some airflow. Oh, we never dug this out. Salt water still going into here. That's fine. Metal refinery is out. Not enough lime, which is fine. We're not refining gold anymore. We're going to keep this in ore form. Iron should always be made, I want to say. Okay, so do that. Sweep the stuff. Okay, so in this point, we want radiant pipe here. I see. So we have to have exposed pipe. I mean, that's not that big of a deal. So that is not important as this. I guess it's fine. I want to say that's what we need to do. This is going to be a little bit weird, but we should be okay. The biggest thing is probably getting an airflow here later. And then given how this works, this is probably okay to be airflow. Oh no, that doesn't matter because this is going to be insulated. All right. We gotta build this. Oil. 100 kgs, more than enough. We're just gonna do one process, 10 to 5. And then we should be okay. Saltwater lock here. Gold pump. Pressure vent. If my dupes aren't doing anything, that's going to be what they could do. Just to help out a little bit. Okay, a lot of the pipes look good. That connection is nice. So we need a radiant pipe, solid pipe. I need to replace this. Oiled here. Ah, that's going to be my grill. I have to relocate this for now. Alright, that's taking a while. Bottle drainer is not done yet. Yeah. So you can see what we're doing. Drop lock. Shoot to drop the stuff here. Oh, CO2 is what I need. All right, so we're gonna cut this so we get a little bit of CO2. We are going to extract pipe contents. We don't need a lot. And then that's going to be petroleum time. If we could get this. What are we doing here, man? I am going to be removing this tile so that we could build this. You can't build chutes diagonally, so I need to be able to reach this space. So I need to put the drop there to prevent that from happening. Yeah, just to do the initial setup. What? You gave up because you was hungry for some chicken nuggies? Come on, man. There we go. Alright, so we just need 10 kgs, not a lot. Not a lot, not a lot. 10 kgs, 10 kgs. No. So the only things that you can build diagonally is tiles. So a lot of things in this first category is the only thing you could build diagonally. Everything else you can't. Liquid vents, gas vents, conveyor chutes. I think most pipes and conveyors, they allow you to build diagonally though. Deconstruct, I'm not sure. Since you're not able to reach, I want to say you shouldn't be able to deconstruct either. But yeah, it's a specific rule that they changed because they didn't like how people were doing diagonal building. Dude, we need feathers. Did the guy die? Wait, no, that's not possible. What happened to the Rex that was here? Dude, I have no feathers. My suits. 5.4. Yeah, but they're not tame, so they shouldn't have starved. That was janks. Alright, we get another delivery of oil, please. One time. Let's go, Maya. Oh. 1.3. We're almost at 10. 6, 7, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4. That's all we need. Come on, come on. 26. All right, turn that off. Dude, what's the minimum value for this? How come it's not running? Unreachable. Oh, dupe operated job, and we're out of suits. Alright, man, stop the sweepage. We're done with this. We should be fine. We might be okay to just disable the building. We just need someone to run this for a quick second. Alright, so the automation is on. They're going to go back to sleep. And then we're just going to turn it off. The only place my dupes get hurt is right here. Hopefully nobody does. Hey man, we're going to deal with the feathers soon. Because we have to. All right, we got the suits. Move out the suits. Can one of y'all help us out right here? What? This was priority. Wait. Petroleum. Okay, we're done. Let's go. We're done. Quick and easy, boys. Quick and easy. All right, so here we put petroleum. All right, now that this is good, we could do that. CO2 gas. Oh, no one has plumbing skill. Oh, man. Who is my designated plumber? His name is Kill Bill. Oh, Kill Bill feels bad. Ed Carpet as well. All right, so Kill Bill. Old man plumber. It'd be like that sometimes. Wait, didn't I just give him plumbing? Oh, he has to get it from the... Yeah, he's gonna get the upgrade. Dude, man, that took way too long, man. We're not gonna talk about how bad that was. We're just gonna believe that everything happened relatively quick. That was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. Alright, so we get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. This bottle filler shenanigan. It's a temp setup, but it works. So I can't be mad. Just leave it like that for now. Take the nickel. Yeah, over the food. Oh, wait, this came out? Dude, this was not supposed to come out. I mean, I got gold, I guess. The Tamer works. Boys, the Tamer was not supposed to be on, but it works. All the gold got swept out. And it comes out at a nice 25 degrees. I guess I can't be too mad about that. Oh. Let's mop up the petroleum. We're gonna need that. Technically, we should be okay here, right? We are gonna do phyto oil. Nice. Wait. Is phyto oil heavier than petroleum? What? Today I learned. Wait. Phyto oil is heavier than petroleum? It is. Wow. Wow. Phyto oil is heavier than petroleum. I didn't know that. I've always thought petroleum was after crude. This supposed to still like that's fine. And then we gotta do this. Okay, gas lock is good. CO2. Oh, my dumbass could have just... Oh, I didn't even think about that. That's actually fine. I didn't even think about that. God damn it, dude. Wait, what happened? What happened? Did we build this in the wrong order and it deleted my... Oh, man. Alright, I'm hoping this works. So there is an order where you have to build the blocks in a certain order. I want to say it's top down. It's really stupid how there's an order like that, but you know, it is what it is. Okay. We put exactly enough, so it should be good. This shouldn't matter if it gets built first or last. And I believe it's this tile first. I think it's top down. Oh, no, it's bottom up. God damn this game. Of course, that would spill a gram. Ah, this game. This game. Yep, they're on downtime right now. God damn this game. the specific order of operations, man. Yes, it's possible. Yes, you could do it. But yes, it's annoying. Getting wrecked. So the plumbing was pointless because we're dumping it into here auto bottle. But we gotta do this part. There we go. Alright, so now that we get this, we know that we have minimum mass. Although it's not really. First tile. This shouldn't impact anything. Oh man. Stop idling inside. If you dispense the liquid on a center tile and do both simultaneously, you could delete without issue. Tag displacement's only with liquid gas, not liquid liquid. Nope, liquid also does get displaced, but it's same liquid, so maybe there's something weird happening. This shouldn't be a problem. Yep, okay. You know what? I'm gonna do this now because I know it's gonna be a problem later. And then we reverse the order, right? Yes, okay, so it works. So now we do it again. All right, we could pick up the solid after. Let's get a bottle drainer here. This is gonna be oil drop. Dude, you guys are not supposed to be asleep. Come on, you guys. Just drop oils right here. This guy got the good stuff. We want vital oil. Dude, can you just grab the stuff that's right here? One time? Please? And then petroleum. Okay. We want to do reverse order, right? Well, this one shouldn't matter. Alright, we get the floating lock like this. This shouldn't matter. And then we do bottom first anyways. Mop this up. Mop that up. Okay. Lip tile. And then we want to do top down. should be okay. How is this? 700. We haven't been making any more oxygen. This doesn't really have a lot of coolant. Seems that the temperature inside's pretty good, that it doesn't need to do too much. Okay, that's gonna be where we may want to start adding water that way. We will get the water from here. It's a temporary setup. Temporary. The hot bottles of water will start moving. Okay, and then we can do the top layer afterwards. Okay, that also means this is fine. Because it empties out into here. Oh, yeah. Haha. I don't know if CO2 value matters. So let's go with a simple 10 kg. Move that to there. Alright, so now we sweep this. Empty. We want more CO2. Alright, so now we could do the teleporting jump. Alright, the last thing that might be a problem. This tile. Do I want to try it? There is a safe maneuver where I try to put it here or here. That way I'm not as worried. This game feels like it's only for people who know chemistry and physics. No, it's the opposite. If you know chemistry and physics, it's only going to make everything worse for you. Have you ever seen a movie that was based on a true story? Because the reason why I asked that is because they would tell it that way just to make the story sound better. But the reality is that there's no, how do I say this? It's not true to itself. Yo, Ed Eagle, thank you for the prime. Using the prime and using it on me. Enjoy the emote to time that's ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub. That appreciate you. Thank you for the support, man. I see you over there. Thank you, thank you. So the reason why is because this kind of uses a weird logic to do a lot of the valuation. Off the get-go, what happens to oil when you spill it in the ocean? It floats to the top, right? Because, you know, that's oil. That's where it's supposed to go. In this game, oil is the heaviest substance in the game. So it's inverse. So it's going to throw you for a loop because it's not going to be true to real life. Right? So if you know chemistry and physics, there might be a couple like Easter eggs here and there that you might laugh at, but the reality is that the majority of the game might feel just off. Because you're like, wait, that's not how that's supposed to work. Right? You might think of something that maybe if you apply to real life logic, it would make a lot of sense. But then once you start playing the game, you're like, wait, no, that's not how this works. So yeah, I've actually heard of a lot of people that claim that none of this is how it works in real life, what is going on. And they'll do stuff that, you know, is anatomically correct. I don't even know, man, how to really describe that. without using science words. But yeah, they get mad, dude. they do be the angry. All right, so so we got the autosave. It's this tile I'm worried about. Ah, man, I'm really worried. The heat might work, right? That's about it, yeah. They use elements from the periodic table, and we breathe oxygen. I guess that also kind of works too. That's about it, man. Short list. The petroleum could teleport. Ooh, we're good. Oh, damn it. I'm not good. All right, so we gotta do it. God damn it, dude. I can't move a bottle there and then open it up manually. We're gonna have to build one of these just to dump CO2 inside. Ah, all right, well, it's fine. Okay, we'll put that in now. We know that this is going to be nickel. And then that's gonna be our cooling loop. We know that we do it like that. Set that up like that. We're gonna be using Phyto oil here. All right, so we have a vacuum. We have to make sure no one sneezes or does anything bad inside. Gravity works, true. You can't swim, though. When a dupe dies, their body stays at the bottom. Don't ask me how I know that, because no one's dying in my playthroughs. So I don't know why it'd be like that, it just is. All right, so CO2, nice, sterile atmosphere, nice degrees. 28.5. 29. All right, we got the oil in. We got a little bit of power there. So this is gonna be carbon dioxide. 10 kgs at a time, that's fair. Oh, y'all going to sleep already? Man. Dude, they barely worked. Slackers. Slackers deluxe. Ultimate slackers, man. Alright, at some point, because this is a cooling pipe and it's not inside insulated tiles, it's going to expose a little bit of heat. In most cases, that is not a bad thing at all. If anything, we could actually add a layer here to hide some more of the pipes, which doesn't really help us. I just guess we could just do that. And then what we'll do instead is... Man, that kind of works. Dude, man. Hey, man. Double lock. It's going to be worth it. Another thing, that double lock was jebaiting me. It was trolling me, dog. It can't be my fault. I guess this is not a bad thing. Get that in. Whoa. Above 29. Whoa, whoa. Above. Hold up. Am I doing bad math? Something feel right. Vital oil. 33. 19. Ah, that's what it was. There we go. Negative 19. Oh, no way. Oh, man. They don't think it be like it is, man. But it do. I'm gonna save scum. I gotta do it, man. It's so beautiful still. All right. Beautiful, beautiful. Minus 19. And then we have a 10 kg inside. That's already 10 kgs. Okay. We're going to zero it out. Seal to relocate. I hope this works. Empty. Okay. Okay. All right, so I hope I don't get wrecked. Oh. Over 2, boys. Over 2. I knew that was going to happen. I was just hoping it didn't. Y'all ever hope the laws of physics would bend slightly just to be in your favor? Be real, man. That's what I was hoping for. Be real, man. I was hoping for that. Can you open the bottle inside the kitchen? I mean, right here. So I don't think it's like a bottle issue. It's the fact that I have a contact tile and it's causing the liquid to be weird. So that's, you know, that just happens. So what we're going to do is we're going to move the contact tile here. Okay. And then we still get the grill here. So this is weird because we don't have direct cooling, which kind of sucks. Famous last words. This should have no problems. Famous last words. Now we already have the autosave. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I have faith. A wise man once told me, 3rd time's the charm. He says that's why we are the 3rd rock from the sun. Because the first 2 attempts, we fucked up. We really did. But we learn from our mistakes. We done do this all the time. My God, though, man. I can't believe they done me like that. This is off, right? Okay, cool. The dupes is asleep. They waking up yet? Ooh, ooh. Water. This part is gonna be fine. I'm not worried about this. I'm worried about releasing the gas here, is what I'm actually worried about. Okay, so we're gonna do... Okay, I have to watch this. Oh, shit. 1, 2. Empty. 1, 2, empty. Why CO2, not H2? I have CO2 already here. I would have to find a way to bottle H2. Actually, I have it here. So I have everything set up for hydrogen or CO2 already, because what I have this connected to is you know, gas pumper. And then I move it up, bottle it, and then I dump the bottle here. So I have infinite gas pressure with the gases I dump in. So I don't have to pipe out all the way. Yeah, it's already bottled. Just ease of access. It's not really better. I don't need the food, but they deserve some mushrooms. Alright, we're good, right? Okay. Looking fine. Guys, I told you. I done told you. Oh yeah, Hunter brings up a good point that I completely forgot. You technically want a very unconductive gas because the goal is not getting the food cold, but creating a cold environment for the food. That sounds like the same thing, but what that means is that you don't actually need to have food be cold. You could have 90-degree food inside as long as the CO2 is below -18, which is the deep freeze point. The food is considered deep freeze. The temperature of the food itself is never checked. Instead, it's literally just if the environment is in the right temperature range. Technically, that works. This is gone. Vital oil. So because of that setup, you don't actually want really conductive gas. Instead, you just want a gas that is unconductive, which is inverse. And the goal is to just to get the environment cold enough. And once it is, you're technically set. We could actually prove that too in a little bit. 10 kgs, 2 kgs. -19 Celsius. Don't want to use the expensive stuff. Yeah, sterile gas. So you could either have a vacuum or have it be sterile. So that's either what? Hydrogen, chlorine, and CO2? I don't think sour gas is allowed. Oh, crap. I need a disconnect AQ. Is there anything inside? No. See, I want to get this fully filled. Okay. Because you don't want the aqua tuna running. Yeah, only if the food is in a vacuum is that it's a factor. Well, that's technically not true. You could have the food sitting on a cold tile that's cooling it down and still have it in a vacuum. So you could theoretically have a setup like this. Keep that as a vacuum. And then you could pick up the items from the top. And then what you have to do is cool down the food faster than it could rot. And then you're going to be fine. But still, it's probably going to be just more convenient to just have the gases already be chilled. Alright, so this is good. Nothing weird's happening, right? Let's get rid of this. We'll have to mop that up. Alright, so shipping nickel, rail, and then we'll run a separate one from this side. I guess we could put it here. Yeah, that's what VOD said. Yeah, I think it was just timing of the messages. I think I read the first part and I wanted to mention the second part. And then I was like, oh, wait, yeah, there's a second part. But yeah, Vlad, you got it, man. You got it. You got the understandings. I guess this is fine. Part of me is a little worried we're going to get food that might rot here and it off gases. So I might be just better off putting it here. Yeah, we was talking about the same thing. Sometimes you got to do that, though, just so that you could... Like, they say they do that in school a lot. You'll have a student that's able to teach other students. That means the first student is reaffirming his knowledge, their knowledge, his, her. And then it helps kind of solidify the foundation of the knowledge that they're learning, right? So reiterating it and just saying it again is showing mastery, technically. At least that's what they say. I don't know how much of that is, like, you know, real. All right, there's a spill. We want to pick that up. Got to get rid of all the fight oil. Nice. It's not pushing down anymore. All right, so we're good. We're gonna plug this in. Nine degrees. I guess I didn't need a full stacked lock here. I could have just did a single drop lock. And I would have saved myself a lot of headache. I mean, I guess we learned. I guess I learned. I could have just did it that way. Feels bad, man. Alright, so... let's get that set up. This is gone. Alright, we're going to be moving the meal hall over here. We're going to run the nice backyard country grill. We need some better smokers. We got to get like a BBQ pit. Get that looking nice. Technically, we could open this. What makes the most sense, I think, is having the water cooler here. Oh, we got the really bad looking one. Feels bad. And then... oh, we have plastic ladders. We could do it here. Right? Signify this. And then we need to get marble block. This is 20 decor, so I don't even have to carve it. Oh, we got the fossil. Oh, we put some hanging fossils in here. That's not bad. Alright, so this makes it so that we don't have to decorate or get a plant in here. The thing should be fine. Mess table. Plus 10%, sure. How wide is this? We run the 555 setup, so we get 20. We'll get some stuff behind it. This is gonna be 105. 120 Great Hall. Alright, and the only thing we need here is oxygen. So it's a good chance we'll want to vent here and then a vent here. Smokers are going to need a dump zone. Okay. So we will do this even if it's temporary. We're going to go off of the right side. And then we're going to put a bottle filler here. No, okay. We'll do it like that. And then we're gonna, well, insulate it because we can. Run the smoke line. Casually do it like that. Wait, we could stand here and reach. What are we talking about? So, O2 line here, right? Okay. We will want to keep it separated. Let's run this line up top. And then make this and then that off of this. Oxygen both sides. We have a vent there, so having that here is probably okay. I don't want it there, that's gonna be a problem. So I'll probably want something like that. Keep a vent line exposed. That should be fine. And then maybe a low side vent. We probably don't need that low side for now. So we probably also want to do 1 second. We just want to start pumping here. So I think we just do 3 seconds and then we just have an override switch. It's probably what we do. Keep it done a little bit easy. Nice. No phones, not yet. Whoa! Where does this meat come from? It's fresh. Someone died for that. I hate phones. Duke tends to spend too much time with them. If I build one, I usually disable it. And mostly it's for rocket interiors. Honestly, I feel like I don't mind the phones, even if they spend time on it. I just, man, they gotta make it so that they idle in like the rec room. Like that's all I want, man. I want them to idle in the rec room if possible. I don't know why it's so hard to get that done. All right, so we're okay to put CO2 back into here. Allow them to start moving some stuff. All right, due to the nature of how this is working, there might be some merit of doing some stuff right here. Yeah, they hang out in so many bad spots, man. I feel like it would save a lot of headache if they just didn't idle next to the magma pit and then decide to sleep close by. All right, we have gold now. So you know what that means, boys? We got the wires. Run that in there. Where's the power gonna come from? Right side, probably. Yeah, so right now there's not a lot of power for this. This is purely running off of hamster wheel power. I mean, it's working, so I can't be mad. Wow, yeah, I mean, it works, right? This is technically small wattage. That's gonna be food. Nice. Vacuum is complete. So the salt water is no longer heating up the map. It's just whatever we have down here. Hey, man. The dupes be duping, dude. That's what the dupes do. Sleeping in the magma. Batching on the street light. $65. Well, dude, that water is way too hot. I hate to do this. I hate to do this. It's a weird setup, but it should work. Wow, someone already carved it? Damn, I don't know who that was, man. But you was fast. I see you. Let's get those in. And then let's get the 7s here. The natty gas over here makes me want to put the power on this side. Maybe we do a natty gas power plant here. Because we're going to move out the smokers right now. Which means we could pop this canister filler and that. This weird setup. Both smokers. We're not going to need the kiln there, I guess. The water there we could remove. Have you done much work with the Rex ranching? I have not. It seems like they're going to be a problematic critter that you have to just, like... They're basically going to be like, you know, send them to the gulag. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, that's where you send all the critters. You just gotta send them all there, man. A room with just the Rexes, and just get eaten up, right? It feels like that's gonna be the way to do it. Alright, minus 22, minus 21, minus 22, minus 22. There's gonna be a little bit of fluctuation in the temperature, though. Forever. Forever. Veggie poppers forever. Forever. Alright. Millets toasted forever. Yeah, it's basically, I wouldn't say upgraded, but a different way to do like overflow for the critters. Alright, so food is good now. Let's take the little Pokeshell baby. Alright, so we have to do raw ingredients. Allow manual use. Megafron, millet, pencha, tough meat. Yeah, we do all of that. Edible stuff. Jawbo fillet. Overgrow figs. I'm not sure about that. Sweat corn. Okay, so overgrow. That's only in mixed berry pie, right? Otherwise, we never want to actually eat that, I believe. We never actually want to eat that. So we probably do pause, copy, paste, and then we turn off manual use. Right? Because we want the sweeps to be the same. This is going to be the finished foods. So that's going to be veggie poppers and brisket. And then I think in terms of job, it's priority 9 here. Sweeper's just going to sweep. Right? Sweeper's going to sweep. Oh, ha. This is going to be a problem. Because it's going to pull items from here and sweep it back in. So that's only going to be for a double cook setup, which I don't think we do. Maybe we just avoid double cook. And then we just run the rail like this. And then have that just be open tile space. Technically, that allows us to move all the smokers in by a tile and then get some doors here. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Gas vent here needs to be removed. Because of that weird split, we're not getting as much oxygen, so we want to cut this. Run that here. This is a separate line now. Cut that. Run that there. So this is going to be using that. And this is a little bit different. $44. Alright, so we made the toasted millets. Gotta sweep that. Alright, and then we gotta uncheck everything off of that. This is unperishable, so that's fine. This is food that's never gonna rot, so we can leave that be. Any chance you need a micro musher? Probably not. I'm not opting for... Unless they allow you to make berry sludge with the figs, I don't think we're going to be using it. That'd be the only reason to use it, though. So we're going to overflow the toilet water into the overgrow nodes. We are also going to siphon the rest of this water out. Alright, we're going to cut the pipe here. Reconnect it there, so we allow everything to flow. I guess because of the water in the bridge, it doesn't want to split in the normal way. Oh no, it just didn't connect. Okay, we're fine. So this is toilet water. It's fine. My dupes aren't going to be eating the food. This is purely for the lumps. And you know what? They're pooping out poop anyways, so, you know, it's cycle of life. That's gonna be the argument. Oh, y'all still is eating here. All right, after this downtime, we're gonna change this. The only person eating here is still. Great Hall. Oh, yeah. Barbecue. Cooked seafood. Souffle pancakes. We could make these. Or do the frost buns. If we want to do mega fronds. Is that seeds? Oh no, it's already here. Technically, we could sacrifice a smoker. Oh, you know what we should have done? We could lower this by a layer. And then put double stack smokers here. And then we get a micro musher and a regular grill. And then we get 2 smokers. That would work. That would actually work really well. Stacking the smokers on the side. Alright, so the food right here, you could see that the millet itself is at 88.8 degrees Celsius. This is freshly cooked. So right here on the tooltip, you could see that, right? $88.8. Very hot. Now it's still deep freeze because the CO2 is at -22. So that's going to be how the food storage works. We do a jump lock here so that the water that's touching the gas, I guess the liquid, doesn't actually leak out any of the energy to the oxygen on the outside. This makes it so that the AQ doesn't have to work that hard, if ever. Our uptime is going to be really low. Single digits, 7, 9, 10%. So since we're not doing direct cooling and it's indirect by just doing the tile basically handles it. That's going to be how we want to do a lot of the food processing here. So cool down CO2, it's basically liquid nitrogen, dry ice, you name it. It should be good. All right, so meal hall. It's time to bop that. This is gone. That means the CO2 could be relieved. Gold tame. The kitchen is up and in. Temporary power setup. It's working well. Salt water is tamed. So next thing I need to do is get a Rex setup. Okay. So it feels like I gotta ranch something else. What am I gonna ranch? It's gotta be the Dartles or the Lumbettes, right? Why do I feel like there's gonna be some stupid chance that I could get Lumbettes? The problem with Lum Ranches is that this uses water. Even though it's not a lot, because I've been able to supply that for like 200 cycles still. It's not something I want to rely on. Because it's going to be like tempered water we're going to need. Oh. Do we need power? This is starting to run out of power, boys. We're no longer hitting maximum wattage. Doors staying closed. 250, 900, 1100. Dude, this gone down by 100 degrees today. This chunk of rock. All right, so we do kind of forcefully have to do a new power source. Feels like I need to do that, which is fine. I'm not too worried about that. I do want suits to get that done, though. Okay, that means we probably have to figure out Dartles. All right, you guys do the chlorine gas. Do the dew drippers have a pressure limit? 2,000. Wow. They consume CO2? No, they need to be in chlorine, but they consume brine ice. Oh. I see. And that's where the Rexes come into play. Oh, these don't need to be in chlorine? They just drop the, Oh no, these guys do the bleach stone. That's why there's chlorine in the room. Okay. This should not be on. We're pumping oxygen at this point. It's gotta be a Dartle Ranch that I want, right? I don't think there's anything else I could do for reed fiber. So we gotta do 2 plants per Dartle. 128 per Dartle. And then it's 10 per dew dripper. I don't know how the math works. So we need 2 dew drippers per Dartle, because Dartles are 1-to-1. That gives me 10 kg bleach stone. The ice comes from the Rex eating the Dartle. So I guess we want to line it up so that we could feed 128 per day, which is 12 plants, which gives me 6 Dartles. And then this is at 4 per tile. Why does it feel like there's no optimal setup for this? What the hell is this ratio, dude? I feel like the Dartles in millets are flipped. It feels like the Mimikkas should be at 4 cells each, and that the Dartles should be at 8. Why is this only a 4 cell requirement, dude? That's so odd. Why am I supposed to be able to fit 22 of these? 23, 24. I don't understand, dude. What the hell, dude? I don't understand. Why do you have that weird balance like that? So these are basically indirect Drecos. I don't know how they would want to do this, though. So you need brine ice to get it started. I guess we have to look at the ice maker really fast. Can you make brine ice recipe? You don't have recipes on this? What the hell? Come on now, I need to know, man. You cannot make brine ice with the ice maker. Why? This is kind of like how you couldn't make snow with the Frosty Planet Pack when Frosty Planet Pack initially dropped. Why do that? What the hell? You know what I'm saying? There's no brine ice. Like I put in brine liquid to give me brine ice. So I have to make it via the Rex. Dude, that sounds insane. Ice and snow. You can't do... Okay, this just feels stupid, man. This just feels really stupid. Yeah, so I have to get the emulsifier, make salt water, or tap a saltwater geyser. Ideally, I probably want to grab this cool slush, so we just get -10 brine. So then freezing it extra is not that bad. But it's like, dude, that's so far away. I have to go all the way to grab that geyser and able to do it properly. Because if I don't do that, I have to make a temporary setup that's never going to last long term. And I don't want to do that right now. I do really want the feathers, though. The only other way is to ranch something else and then just feed them to the Rexes. Rexes perform... So, in buildings, the building temperature passes along. I think what that means is you have to have... I mean, I might be wrong when I say that. But I think what that means is that you have to have the Rex's body temperature be lower than the freezing point of brine. Because buildings pass the building's temperature to the output liquid. So if you have a petroleum gen, in our case a peat burner, the polluted water that spawns should be the same temperature as the building. So that means if you have this in like cold oxygen, you could actually produce solids, right? Because if you have the peat burner like negative, you could get solid ice instead. That should be how that works. And I'm assuming Rexes should work that way as well, but it seems like they're not. Was it a recent fix? I didn't know about the problem. I wouldn't know. There was a hot fix like a week ago. Couple days to a week ago, there was a hot fix. I didn't see what it was, though. There was a hotfix patch. I think 1 or 2 of them. But yeah, I didn't see the content of it. Just because it's like I wouldn't understand the problem. Because I haven't experienced it yet. Ah, man. They could eat poke shells. They could eat poke shells? They could eat poke shells. They do not eat poke shells. Okay. How does it work when it's like... So dartles make sense because you eat the entire dartle. Who would eat the angry crabs? We do. Come on, man. You ever go to Las Vegas seafood buffet? Crab legs. They're always out of stock. You go there. Dude, there's no crab legs. Yeah, the guy's coming out. You know, give him a couple minutes. He puts down a tray and it's gone. Every time, dude. Every time. It will kill the critter, and then the rest of it drops as meat on the ground. Wow. That... You really kind of want to do dartles then, to make it clean. I hate Rexes, man. This already looks bad. And they can't eat adult lums. That's the worst part. We have Pokeshells, can't eat that. Dartles are kind of a struggle. Because you need Brine Ice, which means you want the Geyser. Pip plant the Dew Dripper. So it's 50%. So we need 8 instead of 2. Pip plant the Dew Drippers. Yeah, that's another thing. The grazing is so jank. Can they even eat the Mammoth? They can. Oh, only the babies. They can't eat the full-sized one, just like the lums. Oh, man. So I guess the only other thing we could do is try to find another planet. Dude, these Rexes are a pain, dude. There is no, like, easy... Aha. You would just do this, given how the mechanics work. I'm getting nothing. We will need the feathers. Mamba's acting like a long kitty cat. I hear you, Mamba. I hear you. He's half dangling off the bed and is trying to swipe me. I see you, Mamba. I need a way to reliably get suits. There doesn't seem like there is like a natural way to do that right now. Just drop the meat. That seems like how you would do it. You just have to feed them. Wait, the one thing that bothers me is that Rexes count Dartles as needing 16 tiles. Wow. Dude, that's stupid. Man. That kind of an oversight is what you would call a grand travesty. Because if there's anything you should never do, is the tooltips should never lie. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like the biggest taboo in all of video games. You could never have it like that. That's what they call in the business a grand travesty. Oh my god. Okay. What's going on, Ezra? We're trying to figure out how we want to do the Rexes. How come they can't eat fish meat, dude? That would have been so nice. If they could just eat fish meat. All right. Tough meat. You only get that from the Rex or the lump. We could try to start bopping lums and then not cooking brisket anymore. And then keep the tough meat just for the Rexes. I don't want to do that though, man. That sounds bad. Feeding it regular meat would be not that bad. We just don't have a way to feed it regular meat. You could try to feed them themselves, yeah, it just doesn't really balance out properly. The poke shells don't help us. The fishes don't help us. The lums don't help. The dartles don't help us. We need any other normal critter. I don't have trees for pips. Dude, this suit problem is really stupid. Oh my god. I have no idea how we're gonna want to do this. The best thing is if I just find the teleporter and go to the second planet. And then we get reed fiber. Maybe. That would be so much easier. What is the steam turbine setup? So this was a hot area, like this. But we had two of them, so they connected. I dug everything out. And then I moved all the debris into this tile. And then we are using the doors as a way to connect to the bottom. And we're cooling down the area. So this is just free power. So we just converted the zone and all the hot stuff into a slow debris chiller. So it goes from, it was initially like 1300 degrees. And then now right here is around like 200. So we're losing power because we probably extracted as much heat as we could have. But it was just free power. We were using that to power the base, right? This connects to basically everything. We have peat burners, but they're not running. I guess we shouldn't be eating sweat corn anymore. Xandrov, though, welcome in. We're running into a problem where we can't really... I mean, we could. We just don't want to do it. We need to find a good way of feeding these guys for feathers. And there doesn't seem to be a good way. 12 kgs. 500 grams. 12 kgs is 24 cycles. I mean, this is the only avenue we have. I really do think this is the only avenue we have. So I think we kind of have to do this. All right, so what is the math here? 12, that's about 24 days. 8.8% per cycle. What's the math on that? 12? $11.36. So let's say 12. Every 12 cycles. And then this is 3% per cycle. So it's 33. Yeah, 33 plus 12, 45. How would I even make this setup? Okay. This is gonna be so jank. There's no good space for this. And then now the biggest problem is finding location space for the build. Right here would naturally be where we would want to do it. I want to utilize this space for a new heat cooler for power so that we could use the hot stuff up here. We want to eventually use those, but that's going to be a different story. Because I don't want it to be such a big project that's going to spend way too much time, and then we're going to be starving for power. So we'll do this as 1 turn. I guess we could try to utilize a space below and try to get a weird setup. The thing is that I kind of want to keep this clear. Okay, I think I know what we'll do. All right, first things first, we're going into this area. We're going to be messing everything up. So, bam, bam. We need to dig as much as we can. Okay, let's do all that. And then we're going to need to create space down below for all the pea water and the critters that kind of hang out together. So we'll do this. We'll go to the top on a separate dig. And then we're going to trim this flat down. The polluted oxygen should allow us to breathe. Alright, we're still going to be continuing the vacuum wall while we can. I have a sense of direction again, boys. I know what we're going to want to do. 500. This is how many tiles? 8. So let's do a little math. 150 times, or 150 minus 8 is what? Or 577. 427 times 8. That's about 3,000. Yeah, so I think I should be able to mop this up after the digs. One more tile. One more tile. I don't want a pitcher pump. I just want to mop this up. But we know what we got to do now. Alright, so by doing it like this, we're going to mop up. But then if we build a tile, we're going to set up the second mop. Oh, we didn't get it in time. It's fine. Alright. Oh, what? Polluted oxygen. What the jank is this? And that's bopping me from being able to mop this game. This game. There we go. Now we can mop this up. Build a new tile. Push this up. And then we get water again. Alright, that continues. New tile. And then we mob everything up now. So this is 5. Nice. The digs are going to take a while. They're going to be able to breathe, so there should be no fear. Alright, mopping is good. Autosave lag. There we go. Dig everything up. We want to just clear up the space, right? So we can get ready to utilize this. Alright, that's not that important anymore. Digging this out is. So, let's do that. These two should be able to do that here. We're going to want to dig this out. Dig that out. Clean that up like that. Let's try to get that dug out in that order. So the reason why I want to do it like that is so that once we get that, we could do this and not worry. We want to sweep down the item. Then we could dig this down. And then there should be no worry here. Falls down, no item. That's going to be clean. We'll leave that for the sea comb. This doesn't matter anymore. If anything, we might want to move the door here so that the mosquitoes don't break out. We'll leave the mosquitoes in the mosquito biome. Okay. I guess we could... No, I don't have suits. I don't want to risk that. Yeah, we're fine. We'll just do this part first. So that got dug out. Move the stuff. Two layers. Okay. So right now we need to create a lot of space. Given how the build is here, we're probably pretty good. Trim this out backwards. Trim that out. Trim that out. Allow the gases to flow out. I'm not too worried about that. I guess setting up here is not that bad. You can't stand on this, so it's okay. Coming through this way. This is all safe now. Do these two. Want to dig that down. And then we want to do 3 like this. You always want the top layer first, if possible. Afterwards, you want to do that. You just gotta hope they don't get stuck. So you could dig this from the bottom, which is one of the reasons why we wanted to do that. Not gonna get stuck on it. Then we could start working down this way. Don't need that tile. Start working this back. Okay, digging down there. New door. Let's get rid of this. That means this should be free. We'll leave that for now. We should drain this out. It doesn't matter too much yet. We don't really have like a proper pool. Okay, just doing some trimming where we know we can. Ooh, he almost fell in and could have died. Holy crap. That was the one spot with no ladder. Why was that so suspiciously positioned like that? What the hell, dude? I guess it's cool, though. My man, you's not stuck, right? Come on, Timo. What's going on, Lord Vader? Welcome back. Oh, we're getting like no off-gassing. Everything is covered. That's kind of funny. Trim down that way. Okay. This wouldn't be bad. Dupes be dupin'. Dupes be dupin'. Some items here I want to move out. We're gonna leave this so that we get to that side. Get the trim here. What are you doing? You are stuck. Oh my god. No, they are exhausted. That's so jank. They be is tired. God damn it. Chilling outside by the salt water. Dude, we just built them a bed, man. Feels bad. We tried to save them. No more brisket. Producing tender brisket. Okay. No more brisket, boys. Last order right here. We're gonna need to save the brisket for the T-Rex. You know the T-Rex is from Texas, man. Natural diet beef brisket, man. Very suspicious. Oh, wait. We don't have BBQ here. BBQ is stale. Damn. Yeah. That's not gonna rot, right? Stale. Feels bad. Alright. Should be good. I could never get past cold gen. Something bad always happens. Yo, man. Maybe it's because you're going through and using the cold gen that it's why it's bad. I'm not even kidding. That could be why. Cold gen in and of itself could be the trap. Overgrowth seed. She saved herself. She saved herself. Or was at least able to. Alright, nice. Dig all of this out. That should work. I don't remember much of the details, but it's either the cold gen or generating power manually. Generating power manually is the way to do it. That's what I do. So I want to say that's not that it's the proper way to do it, but that's how I get it done. That's how I get it done, my dude. I've been using wheels for the longest time. And then we'll do an upgrade, but then it's the big thing is to understand to not overspend. Because power in the beginning is a trap. The more you spend on buildings that require power, the more of a problem it's going to be. So that might be where the problem is, because that's a new player trap. Building too many buildings that require power, not understanding that that in and of itself is a problem. So that would make sense. Oh, dude. You stuck? No, you're fine. He's chilling. He's just hanging out here. Yeah, he's chilling. So this is gonna fall down, so I'm waiting to pick up the item. There we go. Oh, he does it without me asking. What a stud. Let's go. Alright, we get to here. Dig that. Climb down this way. Excavate the fossil. And then we do that. Sometimes the dupes know, man. That's why I feel like they're doing it on purpose sometimes. Like getting trapped. They know what they're doing, dude. They really do. Oh, dude. Don't you dare dig this. Okay, nice. Woo. Okay, trim that. That opened up. So that means we get this. Open that up. Hot abyssalite chilling. CO2 for these guys, and it seems okay. Alright, so a lot of this area is dug out. Not too bad. We need to continue digging this out, though. We want to put everything to the bottom and then start utilizing the space. There is a lot of hot items here. Hot abyssalite. A lot of things that I don't think I'll be able to utilize as a heat source. Alright, if my dudes are bored, they can sweep. Get the sweepage. We'll have to change these rooms later. Okay, so realistically, I don't think it matters where we do the Rex farm. And then the second thing is, I don't know how many Rexes I want to feed. That's really what it comes down to. How many are we trying to sustain? I think right now I could do at most 2. That's where I would put it right now. At most we could do is 2 Rexes. Yeah, we do at least 1. And then I'm thinking about doing an upgrade here. Since we're likely going to want to use the polluted water from here, that we get from here, the cool slush geyser, as water for the overgrow nodes, I think we're going to run a turbine here. So we could run an aqua tuner setup. It's what I'm thinking. That way we could actually devote the water for specifically just, you know, that setup. Just for the overgrowths. Okay, so we could climb across this way now. That's all within reach. I guess it's time to bop this. We could probably do 2. And then I think I have to expand my lump farm, which is why I'm thinking I'm going to need the steam turbine aqua tuner here. So that we get a source of water that's on the cooler side. We could dump this to use as a cooling system for something in the map. Whether it's the top of the map, whether it's like the rest of the debris here that's kind of hot. Maybe even the saltwater biome. So this is at 34. Water's at 34, so it's same temperature. Cooling the area down might help it out. Okay, from here we want to remove that. Get that dug out. Get that dug out. The water spill shouldn't be a problem. If anything, we want to do that because we could climb down this way and start going out. But I think because of how this works, we might want to do this. We want to dig down the side. We also want to be here, I think. We're going to dig this part, not go lower than that on the abyssalite. If anything, we'll dig down here, the non-abyssalite. So we're going to change this ladder to this zone. We also don't need anything here anymore. This was a temporary petroleum boiler setup. Just to get a little bit of petroleum. This is gone. Sweep that. Sweep the inside. This side, jump across. That should work. Now we just have mosquitoes in the open. Ooh, we won't do this dig. Because I need to make sure the mosquitoes can't break out, because that's going to be annoying. Oh no, we let the mosquitoes out. Oh man, 100% my fault if that's the case. That dig wouldn't be bad. That drains the water in. And then this is just water bottling from here so that we have water. We're not going to be adding it to here because we want the water to be lukewarm. So the toilet water and I think water from this geyser after cooling would be ideal. Okay. I shouldn't be running this here anymore. Like, that's the reality of it. I shouldn't be doing that. Cooling it is fine, but I should run the water here into a reservoir to feed the overgrowths. So I need to start collecting. I don't think we're going to bottle from here anymore. I do want to move this and use another power source, another liquid type, to run a power setup for that. Okay. So all of that kind of requires us to create space so that we can move everything around. Right? That's kind of what we should be doing right now. Okay, there's a little bit of pea water here, classic. We'll do something like that. That allows a spill in. That's not bad, I guess. Dig all that. Maybe not the side. Alright, we kind of have to just let the water there. Auto save. He's got it. They're looking to bite the dupes. Look at them swarm to the dupes. Oh my god. Don't bite them, boys. Stung a target. Oh, dude. Feels bad. My dupes are getting eaten alive. The flopping jaw bow is actually kind of impressive. Their jaws are so large. Oh, they can't fit. Dude, I'm so sorry, man. He can't fit. The fish be flopping too big. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Alright, so now this is all dug out. New ladder zone. We want to connect to there. And then this is all there. We want to start doing that. New zone here. We should be able to dig everything. And then we want to go down this way. Attack the bugs? Nah, man. We could, but I don't. It's fine. We're gonna leave the bugs alone. We need to get some actual flying predators that will like eat the puffs. This guy. And the mosquitoes. And that's what I would want now, man. Because all we have right now is plants that have to like lure them in. I need like a T-Rex for flying critters, man. That's what we need. Right, polluted oxygen clouds, fine. We need to allow the pea water to keep spilling to the left and then accumulate in a pool. It's doing pretty good though. Alright, new ladder. I guess mopping this up makes sense. Excavate. Team working hard. Okay. Finish up the ladders first. If they wanted to do some sweeping here, we wouldn't mind it. Oh, it's a pit. We'll take that. Ladders are almost ready. Did you get stuck falling into the water? Dude, he did. He was flopping in and he got himself clipped into the tiles. That's so jank. You can't make a critter that's a 2x1 like that, or 2x2 like that, and it just gets stuck all day. Let's be real, man. That's illegal. My man's actually clipped into the tiles. Okay, getting the mosquito eggs. Okay, I do want to do that. We'll have to go down a different route this way. So we go down there and grab this tile. Okay, that's fine. All right, this is in, so we could open this. All right, we're golden now. Save this guy. There we go. Now he's flopping free. I don't know what we did, but now he's safe. All right, so now we could think about how I want to do this. We want to run a cold box design. The easiest way to do that, I think, is to run like the ice that already exists and just move it into the room. Now, the thing is that I don't think it matters too much. The only thing that matters is if we care if we want brine ice or if we want liquid brine. Right? Because it doesn't matter if he poops all day. It's either solid or liquid, so it's whether or not he has diarrhea. And that determined by, I guess, how hot the food he eats is, Kappa. Like, we know the reason why. It's just, you know, it kind of sound like that. So, how do we want to do this? If we do brine ice, I feel like it allows them to make brine ice, which is going to be better for us long term so that we could ranch dartles. Problem is brine ice solidifies at 22. Negative. We don't have anything that naturally reaches that temperature. I mean, I guess we have the ice here. But we don't have any liquids that we could run on an aqua tuner that will give that to us on an easy way to do it. So that means we can't go that route. So I think instead what we do is we pump the cold brine from here as our liquid, and then we run that with the Rexes. Right? I think that should be the design. Okay, let's do a minor seal. Actually, let's do something like this. And then we can mine out the abyssalite here. If any of these mosquitoes get caught inside, they're dying. Be like that sometimes, boys. We're still gonna continue this. Dig out as much as we can. At this point, though, we could stop. So this is just extra work. So that my dupes aren't idle. We'll prefer to do this setup. Oh my god, they stung the critters, and then the critters are unhappy. Damn, they don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. I guess it really do be like that sometimes. They get a reproductive bonus if they actually sting something. Alright, at this point, we probably want to mop up the leftover waters up here. We're able to dig and keep digging. Oh, pay. We are not bright. There we go. Let's dig that tile. Let's go 2 tiles down. Get that one. So there's no way to do a weird setup, right? No, there is. There is a way to do a weird setup, I think. Okay, so I have to use an insulated line, I think. that's an idea. Ladder this down so we could build it here and not worrying about them dropping the lump to the bottom. Okay, I guess that's fine. So how would this look like? They be 2x2. Oh, there's a baby. Let's go. Shout out to the babies. Oh, even the baby Dartle survives. Oh my god. What a warrior. So the only thing I'm worried about is a cold temperature. Okay, so that means then... I think I need to use the ice. How else do I get sub -20? I mean, I know what I need to do. It's just I don't have the materials to do it. Again, it's probably going to be a Phyto Oil setup. That's really what that means. It's just got to be a Phyto Oil setup. We'll clean this up. We'll clean that up. A little bit of cleanup. Did it hurt anybody? This doesn't work out. They are not picking up after themselves, man. That's so rude. Gases are fine otherwise. I'm probably not going to need to utilize this pipeline anymore. Let's get rid of this. A little bit of water we could add in. Fine. I wish they gave us wood. Like, just wood. That would have been really nice. If we gotten just, like, arbor trees. I feel like that would have been pretty nice. It kind of sucks that we don't have that. Alright, we're gonna be okay here. We're gonna dig this out. As we should. This is free now. Technically, I guess we could dig all this. Shouldn't get stuck. This got down to that side. That all works out really well. Not bad. Okay. So I guess we want to eventually get it cold. But we won't be able to do that right away. And then... Does anyone know the kilogram conversion of the brisket? The rough meat, tough meat? $600 kilograms. And then each feeder is what? 2,000. We eat 500 grams a day. So we should be okay with just a handful of these. Okay. And we're gonna be looking for... Man, I need a liquid that's cold. Colder than brine. That has to be Phyto oil then, right? I mean, it is what it is, right? So we'll probably pull this out and line it up. If anything, we might pull it up to here, trim this out, and just build out another layer. It's not a bad idea. Right, just in case I want to do that. That does work out. Yeah, it's gonna be Phyto oil. I have an idea, though. I have an idea for this. Wait, who's getting stressed? Oh, they're mad because they're in a hot environment and probably always submerged. They're probably going to be okay now that we're done with that job. They was probably just a little mad. Hopefully they is be okay. Let me do this. And then what we're going to want to do is trim this, but let all the salt water get in. Mop up the oil. So the spill now should be a clean spill. Free the Dordles. Let's go over to this side. Should be good. This is going to lower the temp of the salt water. Not a bad thing. Not that we need, like, lukewarm salt water anyways. Let the salt water spill. Pretty good. Let's get that for the alignment here. Okay. So, guys, I think this is going to be a great spot for us to wrap things up for the night. Kind of sucks that I just got that, like, idea of how we want to do this. Just want to make sure the food storage is working. Minus 23, minus 23. Looks pretty good. Food looks good. Calories are at 320,000 because we're able to just produce sweat corn all day now. We're no longer eating sweat corn. We're only eating veggie poppers. And it looks like our food storage is good. Our gold is pretty nice, coming out at 25 degrees. Looking at this, the uptime is 100% while it's active. Is there an exposed part somewhere that we're utilizing it to cool something where it shouldn't? Vacuum, vacuum, vacuum. There should be no heat transfer anywhere, right? It doesn't look like there's any leakage. Wait, that was the wrong thing. I was looking at steam turbine uptime, not thermal aqua tuner. Okay, 27, 3, and 6. I think we're fine. 0, 9, and 8, yeah. This is good. So the only thing I may want to do is maybe run the cooling line here so that we could cool it down from the smokers. It's not a bad idea. We could run a normal pipe segment and then, you know, have it exposed. You see how this pipeline is like greenish bluish though? I figure this low temperature of 17 is gonna, you know, help cool this. It just looks like the smokers are just producing that much heat. Doesn't feel like they're having any problems though otherwise. You see that? Not wet. not wet. And that's because when they're jumping, you're teleporting. Wait, who's sneezing, dude? What the heck? You got germs? Wait, how are you sneezing? Is that just a trait? No one's sick. Oh, you got stung. Oh, and that's a compromise. Oh, man. Oh, the slicksters are alive. Oh, no, bro. I gotta relocate these guys really fast. I was like, where's the oil coming from? One, two, three. Little floating babies. I didn't move the egg fast enough. Alright, we'll just set this up. That'll be done next time. Alright, so they're just converting whatever CO2 we have, and we're gonna be, you know, having them do their thing. They're gonna be converting that into oil. We might even want to put them in here with a bunch of CO2 and just have them hang out. Wouldn't be a bad thing, right? And then I have an idea. It's going to not be a proper design though, but I feel like this is going to be good first steps. We'll see if this works out. But guys, it is going to be time for me to wrap things up for the night. So it's time for us to get that save in. Par 4.